Hello guys, how are you guys doing today? Oh, so Biscuit, thank you for donating $10 earlier. I don't know if you're still here because Biscuit says, "Hi Cecile, I can't stay for the stream because I'm out with family, but I wanted to say hello to all the peoples and wish you well on your art stream." So thank you for that, Biscuit. I hope you have fun with your family. I don't know if you're still here to hear that. And hello to all the people saying hi. Thank you for donating too. Moch Meat says, "Hello Cecile, I had to take off work today because of another matter and it means I get to make today's stream for once. Yay, I hope your day is going nicely as well. I'm glad you're finally able to make a stream. Sounds like you're not able to make a lot of my streams, so that's really nice. How's it going?" Well, as for me, I have been putting some art out, finally. I finished drawing my Marie Claire V fan art the other day, so if you haven't seen that yet, it's on my Twitter and Instagram. How about you guys? Will I make stickers here? I don't know how to do that. I know that's an option. It's kind of like super stickers, is that what they are called? But I never ever saw an option where I could make them. I thought it was just emojis, but I guess not. Oh, also, okay, so first of all, thank you, Rejo. I hope I pronounced that right. I think I had this issue before with your name. Thank you for donating. Rejo says, "Hello Sissy, it's 3 AM in my country. Can you tell me why I am still awake?" You're still awake because you couldn't bear missing my stream. That's okay if you go to sleep though. I'm sure you can fall asleep to my stream if anything. And welcome to the membership, Reezy. I thought I had turned on what is it called? The stream alerts? Like, I finally did some research and tried to turn them on for the stream. Can you guys hear them? Give you guys a big hearty smile? Sure. Does that not happen every time I laugh? So, if you guys can hear the stream alerts, something strange happened when I turned them on because I can't hear it anymore. That's a little bit weird. It's actually quite inconvenient if I don't want to miss any donations. I think that's the reason why I missed a few donations in my member stream yesterday. Which, by the way, for those of you who are not members, yesterday I played Left 4 Dead 2 with patrons and members, and also my Discord mods. That was a pretty fun zombie game. Thank you for donating. Rurr, donating. Wow, Rurr says, "I can't stick around either, but I wanted to drop by and say hi. Good luck on your stream, Cecile." Thank you, Rurr. Today I'm going to be drawing my part of a collab. But before I continue on with saying that, let me catch up with these donations. Thank you for donating, Dragon. Dragon says, "Remember to hydrate. I have a bottle of water right next to me. So yes, I will try to remember." And thank you for donating, Deadbeat. Deadbeat says, "What will happen first? My phone dying, the stream ending, or me getting out of work before either of those?" 43% left and 3 hours to go. Well, my streams are usually 3 hours long. Unless, I don't know, maybe I'm trying to aim for 2 to 3 hours, so it could be shorter this time. But I don't know, I think there's a pretty good chance of either of those three things happening. Meanwhile, I have yet to see someone answer my question of if you guys can hear the stream alerts. And by that I mean whenever someone donates, you should be able to hear a sound. Hello Joe, thank you for coming to my stream. So apparently you guys cannot hear it. Huh. So if I click this, so this is just an example. Could you hear that? Turn my volume up. Okay, it's really quiet. That's strange. Is it too quiet? Like so quiet that you can barely hear it? I was trying to have it be not too loud to be too distracting. Alright, let me try again. I increased the volume. Is that better? And a little bit more. On the other hand, okay, King says it's good. On the other hand, can you only hear it now, or were you able to hear it when somebody actually donates? Because that was me clicking the test the widgets button. So it might be a different situation for actual donations. You'll have to see when someone donates. So nobody heard a very faint noise. Dai says that he hears the notification. Depends on your equalizer. Now that's audio stuff I barely understand. It did happen when Crab donated. Okay, that's good. So that means it shouldn't be a problem. Thank you for donating, Skyrunner. Skyrunner says testing. So, did it work? My music taste is amazing. You've been trying to find the song in the background for 5 minutes. The song in the background is called Senescence, and it is custom background music that I have uploaded on my channel. Actually, the person who made it is Isaac Wolf. Thank you for donating, Maruchima. So apparently the alerts did work, so that's good to know. Maruchima says, hello, how are you? I'm doing good, so let me explain what I was going to say earlier, which was what I'm going to draw today. I'm going to draw a fan art of Xiao from GENSHIN IMPACT. I don't play this game, but my friend, a fellow mutual artist of mine, is super obsessed with it right now, and she wanted to do a collab with me. So she was able to convince me to draw Xiao. So what I'm doing is I'm gonna do the lines part of it, and then she's gonna color it. The artist I'm talking about, I think her Twitter is called Soike. If any of you guys want to see her art. She draws a lot of GENSHIN IMPACT recently. I know the game is amazing. My sister is also obsessed with it. I don't think she's like playing it that much anymore, but she was obsessed with it for quite a while when it first came out. So I've heard quite a bit about it. The only reason why I didn't join her in playing it is because I know that it's going to take up so much of my time. So actually, let me find my friend's Twitter for you guys so I can link it. Alright. Give me a second. So I just pasted it in chat. Okay. I'm gonna start. Oh, wait. Thank you for donating. Daniel says, "Hi Sissy, here are your simp rebels." Am I okay? I need to figure out how to pronounce that. Rubos? Today I'll just listen to your voice. I'm glad you enjoy listening to my voice. Alright. Rebels is correct. Reject Genshin. Return to Arknights. Speaking of Arknights, these are like the two games that you guys like to bring up the most in my streams. But speaking of Arknights, I think I briefly mentioned this before. Give me a second. For some reason, I have been congested today. I might need to put a tissue box next to me for this stream. But yeah, I mentioned this. Oh, so it's Rubos. I see. What I was gonna say was... Alright, I'm trying to find my pen so I can start drawing while I talk. Some time ago, I joined an Arknights Zine that I drew 2 pieces for. I actually quite like these 2 pieces, so I hope I can share them one day. The Zine got delayed due to COVID, unfortunately. And recently, I heard some news from them, and I think it might actually come out. So that was quite exciting. I hope it won't be too long from now then. Meanwhile, I'm just gonna start drawing. I really like starting with the eyes. Because the part I like to work on the most is the face, and this character has very nice eyelashes already. At least I think he does. Might have looked at it wrong. I have references off to the right. Now who's my favorite Genshin Impact character? So since I don't play the game myself, I can only go based off of their designs. And this guy, he has a pretty nice design, which is why I was pretty happy to do this collab with my friend. And I think from when I saw the characters, when my sister showed it to me, Ningguan, I believe that's her name, also I liked her design a lot. You're excited to see how he'll look like in my style. I'm also excited. I'm excited to see what my friend where my friend takes this piece after I give it to her. I've been enjoying all of her Genshin Impact fan art. So she did explain to me some of the lore of Xiao, which I know his name is kind of hard to pronounce for you guys. How do you guys pronounce his name? Is it? I know that some people would say Xiao or Zhao, but the X pronunciation is sort of hard to say, so I don't blame you guys. I know the Q is also hard to say, and one of my fellow artists was complaining about how people couldn't pronounce Chi-Chi's name correctly. So the way you pronounce X is kind of like a mix between the sh sound and the H sound. So you kind of say sh and then you slowly try to like go in between doing that and doing the H sound. And you'll get close to how you pronounce the X sound in Chinese. You will still call her Kiki. That's the funniest one to me because it is the one that is nothing like how you say it. Like maybe you can say Chi-Chi, that's alright. It's somewhat like it. But Kiki, come on. You can do better than that. You can pronounce it right in your head, but you can't speak it. It's probably something that gets better with practice. So I'm thinking his eyebrows are kind of shorter than the way I drew them, but they're not really. Thank you for becoming a member, Catnip Art. Just call her 77. That works as well. I think it's sort of like... Actually, no. I wouldn't say it's as hard as doing the rolling the R in Spanish and other languages, which I had to figure out because I took Spanish. And honestly, the way I figured it out was just trying over and over again, and then slowly I was able to do it. That probably doesn't help in terms of advice. But I don't know, I just like tried over and over to make the sound until it finally came out. No, not the Enye. I'm talking about the R sound, like rolling your R. I'm not that great at doing it. So if I were to speak Spanish, which by the way I can't, so really I should say if I were to read something in Spanish, I probably wouldn't be able to roll my R in the middle of a sentence. What is this? Middle half of tongue touches top of your jaw. Tongue tip touches the bottom teeth. Then make a su, followed by E sound. These instructions. Hold on. Oh, so this is about rolling the R, right? Middle half of tongue touches the top of your jaw. You mean the roof of your mouth? I'm trying to do it, but I don't think I don't think it's gonna come out right. Oh, it's to make the chi sound. Chi. Yeah, I see it. you took Spanish and then did some self-studying of Japanese into classes. And the chat is scrolling too fast for me to read this. Your Japanese teacher told you had a Spanish accent. Yes. I think the ways you pronounce the R could give that away. Because the way you pronounce R in Japanese compared to Spanish is different. And I don't think you are the only one that would happen to, because I had a Spanish speaking classmate in my Japanese class, and it's not like he has a Spanish accent when he speaks English, but when he spoke Japanese, I could hear the Spanish accent. I think it's just when you speak more than one language and then you're learning a new language and you think that language sounds more similar to one of the languages you already know, you just tend to have an accent according to that language that you already know. For example, if you learned Korean first, you would probably kind of have a Korean accent if you try to learn Japanese afterwards. And yes, for Japanese, when you pronounce the R, it's kind of in between L and R. And for Spanish, I would say it's kind of more like closer to a soft D. And something that helped me realize that was, I think I saw this thread about someone whose name was Miriam, except in Spanish, and she was saying that she hated how English speakers pronounced her name, so she would just tell people to pronounce her name like medium, like the word medium, in between easy and hard. And so if you do that, it kind of does sound like it, like medium. It does kind of sound like her name. So it is sort of like a soft D in Spanish. It's mostly breathless compared to Japanese, where it's from the diaphragm. It's like some linguistics knowledge. You know, every time they are trying to like teach someone, by they I mean professionals, when they're trying to teach someone how to pronounce something better, they always show you those little pictures with like the tongue positioning. I don't know about you, but that confuses me. It confuses the hell out of me. I think for me, like listening by ear is good enough. Like seeing the photo with how you should position your tongue in your mouth against your teeth and the roof of your mouth. It doesn't help me very much. In Arabic, when you say an R, you touch the roof of your mouth right behind your teeth. Yes, I think it's similar for languages that pronounce R. I don't know what R sounds like in Arabic, so maybe I misinterpreted what you said. But it does seem like it would be similar to the R in Spanish or Japanese. The background music sounds like something is about to go down. I went with this background music because the piece I'm drawing today is a little bit more dramatic, which I have been paying very little attention to, so I admit I'm drawing extremely slowly right now. Thank you for donating, Energy Dragon. Dragon says, now go let the legend come back to life. What are you referring to? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Are you talking about the drawing I'm doing? Can we teach you how to speak Spanish? Sure, go ahead. I am embarrassed to say that I have learned Spanish, but I definitely would not even dare to test my knowledge on it if somebody were to ask me to speak it. He came because Xiao seems like bondage. Yeah, so my friend explained a little bit of his lore to me. If you guys want to explain his lore to me again in the chat, you can go ahead, because I doubt I know all of it. Basically, she just showed me a YouTube video. But one of the scenes that was apparently shown in the trailer had him wrapped up in these black ribbon-like things, and she told me that it was supposed to symbolize I'm going to... Okay, since I don't play the game, I feel like I don't have any right to explain what it symbolizes. But something about like the pain he feels from hurting and killing people or something like that. TLDR, he's a tsundere. Well explained. Xiao is like the yaksha, conqueror of demons. So wait, he kills demons? Is that what you're saying? I know he kills something. How does the collab work? I'm going to do the lines, and she is going to do the colors. Xiao has another name, and Zhongli changed his name, you think? Yes, Xiao murders demons. I see, I see. So at least he's not murdering good people, right? And yeah, I think I know that child has a different name as well. And it has something to do with hiding their real identity, because their real name gives whoever who speaks it power over them. Is that correct? Xiao likes almond tofu. I heard that part. Something about how he always eats almond tofu because it reminds him of good memories. Xiao protects the Lyria people from evil demons. It's his contract with the Geo Archon. The Geo Archon being Zhongli, correct? Where is Annie? Why would you even bother asking that? You know she can't make my streams. Annie is one of my Discord mods. It's pretty late for her at this time, as it is for most people in Europe. Which is pretty much reflected in my viewer demographics. I have very few Europeans watching my streams. And hello, Aruv. I know I pronounced your name wrong. I have been pronouncing it like Aruv all my life. Okay, that's kind of creepy. I mean, for the amount of time that I have been aware of your existence. But is it... I know it's kind of supposed to be code for Alvin, right? So, Aruven? You are from Germany. I know quite a few people from Germany. I guess I wouldn't really say it is quite a few. It's like more like 3 people. But I don't know that many people in general, so it's quite a few for me. So I know that. Most likely, unless there's more than one time zone in Germany, you're 6 hours ahead of me. Correct? So it's kind of like midnight or past midnight for you. You should get me to play League. I played League once. I kind of have a funny story with this. It's not that funny, it's just a story. But I played it once and I didn't enjoy it that much, so I didn't play it anymore. And then later, some guy, like a random person, was trying to contact me, and I don't exactly remember how he contacted me. I think through one of my other friends that he was familiar with. Maybe not. Maybe it was just from Twitter. But he was saying that he and I played League together, and he was like familiar with me because of that. And I was like, what? Because I didn't really play League at all. And I was like, are you sure? And he was like, yes, they had your name and they said they drew art. And I said, are you sure it's not a different game? Okay, while I'm talking, I'm getting a little bit distracted from this. So I believe I drew this a little bit small. And he said, no, it was definitely League. And I said, well, I played it once. And I don't know. He was pretty certain about that. And I thought it could have been another game because I was pretty obsessed with some MMORPGs when I was in my teenage years, and I wouldn't be surprised if he came from one of those. But that, if he is correct, as in he didn't remember this all wrong, is there someone impersonating me on League? You're the last person that... I'm the last person that you would ever think of playing a game like League? I wonder why. The games I enjoy... Wow, I pronounced that word all wrong. Enjoy are games like League, as in RPG games. But games that are especially like League, for example, like the top view, PvP style, arena map, those type of RPG games, I'm not that into those games.
Hello, user.
Did I pre-join the English version of the Nier mobile game? I did not know that Nier had a mobile game. I didn't even hear anybody talking about it. When was that announced? Few tips to achieve smooth lines. My tip, it helps me, I don't know if it's like a good general tip because I don't know many artists who do this, but what I do is I use a very light pen grasp, and I use very light pen touch when I draw on my tablets. I don't push very hard when I draw, and I think that lets the lines, that gives my lines a little bit more flow. I missed welcoming a member. Oh wait, shit, I did. Welcome to the membership, Yuri. I hope I didn't miss anyone else. Let me check. Okay, I didn't. I'm so sorry for missing you. See, this is why I need my notification sounds to be on. Oh, it's called Near Reincarnation. You think it's only available in Japan at the moment. Just kidding, I did hear about it. I think I saw it, a post about it retweeted on Twitter. And that was it. And I thought that was the game that was going to be launched. But it turned out to be the remake of Nier Replicant. So I'm glad I finally figured out that it's apparently a mobile game. Also, I just noticed I drew this all wrong. I quite like masks on characters. When I draw pictures, I tend to like having part of the face obstructed. So that's another reason why I am going to enjoy drawing this character. But the reason is pretty obvious, it's self-explanatory. If the face is obstructed, it gives a bit more of a mysterious vibe. You wish it had action combats. Are you talking about Nier? I'm glad you guys found me through my making of my Vtuber model video. Okay, I'm just checking between my drawing and my references just to make sure it looks alright. Oh, holy crap. Well, guess who forgot to record? Well, the good thing is I barely got anywhere, but this is kind of an awkward place to start my recording. That's alright. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start like this, but I'm not going to redraw what I did. I'm just going to make it invisible until the person who is watching until the person who is watching forgets that they didn't see me draw that part. Or I could go back to my stream and crop out that part, but I don't know. Depends on how lazy I am when I'm editing speed paint. Who is my inspiration when I first started drawing? My inspiration? Okay, so the first thing I thought of was when I first started drawing anime and manga style artwork. But if we go all the way back, it would be my mom. She's not really an artist. Doesn't draw at all anymore these days. I kind of forgot if I ever talked about this on stream, but I don't really remember if I did. But either way, what she would do is she would doodle cute drawings for me and my sister, mostly referencing cute drawings that already existed in storybooks. But she would kind of redraw them, and when I asked her, and I really liked that. That is a fond memory from my childhood, and I think that is probably what inspired me to start drawing myself. If we're talking about anime and manga style drawings, then one of my friends when I was a child, so when I was around 10 or 9, one of my friends drew kind of in the manga style, and I was a pretty mean kid. I remember I made fun of her. I was like, why are you drawing those weird eyes? But of course, joke's on me, because I liked it enough that I started drawing them too. And then I think she probably recommended a manga to me or something like that. Because the first manga I read was Ultramaniac, and that is like a shoujo a manga. I know they have anime too. That has the girls with like the huge sparkly eyes. So because of that, I started drawing anime and manga style. But as you can tell, right now I don't really draw huge sparkling eyes in my anime drawings. So I would say what inspired me, my style, more than Ultramaniac was Bleach, which is also an anime that I watched in my earlier years. Character development, aw. True. That is quite some character development on my part. So this mask, drawing this mask. Oh god, I hope I didn't miss anything. Okay, I didn't. I'm really gonna have to glance at chat more often or I'm gonna miss stuff. And then after the stream, I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix my notification sounds. But this mask is reminding me of one time I drew a Oni mask for a tattoo. Somebody commissioned me to design a tattoo for them. I think they commissioned me to design a tattoo for their boyfriend. And I was like, sure, I've never done that before, but if you really trust me to make an artwork that is going to be permanently drawn on your body, I'll try. And I drew it. Let me see if I still have it. I drew this Oni mask with snakes and sakura flowers. Thank you for donating. That beat again. That beat says, Bleach is one of my favorites. You are gonna watch the final season. Am I? I'm struggling. Are you going to watch the final season when they animate it? From what I was aware, the anime ended, so this is the first time I am hearing that there's a final season. And if they do animate this, yes, I would love to watch it. I did read the manga from the ending point of the anime to the end of the manga, though. So I'm trying to see if I can find the tattoo work I drew. But this might take me a while. Oh, here it is. This is the tattoo I drew. Oh, so it wasn't sakura flowers, it's roses. I even remembered that wrong. But I did do another tattoo commission for someone that wanted sakura flowers. I think it's the same person, actually. This is the only person that ever commissioned me for tattoos. But, for your information, I don't trust myself to permanently open, or to, not permanently, that's not a good word in this situation. I mean to officially open commissions to do tattoo art. So don't get any ideas. What brush am I using? I'm using a custom brush, and I have my brushes in my Gumroad and Patreon. By the way, a lot of people joined my Patreon, and I think the only reason they're joining is to get my brush, because the first thing they ask me is, how do I get the brush? And I'm like, sorry, you're gonna have to wait until I send a Patreon reward. Which is kind of inconvenient if all you wanted was the brush. So I advise you to buy it off my Gumroad if that is the case. having a little bit of trouble adding the 3-dimensionality to his mask. Okay, I think this side can just be curved. I'm looking at another reference. Don't sub to my Patreon? I never post? Isn't that a good thing for you though? If I don't post, you don't pay. I don't have to steal your dollars every month. But my next Patreon post, it's gonna be at the end of this month, since I finally sort of got out of my art slump. Which means I finally have something to post. Alright. So, I just noticed that the horns I drew are not in line with the angle of the mask. So I'm gonna have to keep that in mind, or I'm gonna forget. I am a little bit confused about how the teeth go. Am I going to finish the art in one stream? So I'm only doing the lines. I pretty much finished the line art of my near drawing in one stream, so it's possible. But it really depends on how complicated his design is and how difficult I realize it is to draw by the time I start drawing it. I haven't gotten that far yet, so my judgment's probably not the best at the moment. So looking at two separate references, one of them is, it looks like there's more teeth besides this one teeth. But the other one looks like there's just one fang sticking out of his mouth. Or one pair of fangs, I should say. Which one do you think is more accurate? So by more teeth, I mean there's like some more teeth here, like that. Looking at your old art makes you want to delete everything? I get that feeling. But don't delete everything. You're gonna want to look back at it in a few years. When I was younger and I did some traditional art, as in acrylic paintings, I didn't give a shit what happened to them. I would like leave them around the school, and I didn't really care if somebody messed them up or I lost them, because my mindset was, I can just draw that again. But now I don't really do any acrylic paintings anymore. I mean, I could if I wanted to. I just don't really want to enough. So I kind of regret not having some of those pieces that I did in the past, just to look back on. And Genshin characters' designs are unexpectedly detailed. Yes, they are. I know that a lot of you guys who play this game really love the character designs. They're good, I have to say. But to me, they do seem a little bit kind of like typical for a fantasy game. I do like the Chinese themes though. I can admit that. Did I go to art school? No, I have not. Or I did not, and I don't plan to. I majored science, actually. Art is definitely a hobby that I value a lot. So if I can help it, I would like to keep drawing. Even if I become a professional in a different career. So I saw some of my patrons discussing how long am I going to be around as a VTuber. And I saw them saying stuff like, oh, probably not too long because she is studying healthcare, so she's gonna get busier. But considering the only thing I stream, like for real, that I care about streaming is art, as long as I am drawing, I probably have a reason to stream. And I don't plan to quit art when I become a professional in a different career. So as long as I am drawing, I'm going to be a VTuber. Perhaps that's what I'm thinking, at least. You started avoiding drawing Genshin characters with their original clothing because there's a trillion details. That's alright, it's probably more interesting, in fact, to draw them in different clothing. I'm usually not creative enough to do that. But something that I, and obviously many others, enjoy to see is the characters of a fantasy or historical setting being drawn in modern or streetwear. That is always very nice. And very imaginative too, because you kind of want to imagine what they would look like in a modern setting and how they would dress like. My commissions are not open right now. If I were to open them, it would probably be, I'm thinking my next commissions would probably be Vtuber commissions. Just because that's a little bit more interesting than random commissions. How much is it for art school? Well, that is definitely entirely dependent on the school that you are going to attend. If you're going to a private school, it can get quite expensive in the United States. That's the only place I can speak for. I do know a lot of people complain that schooling is super expensive in the US. So I can only pray for you that if you're not in the US, it could be cheaper. You want to commission me drawing myself looking at planet Jupiter? Why would you want a drawing of me looking at planet Jupiter? What does that mean? Speaking of planet Jupiter, I recently began watching this Netflix show, and by recent I mean yesterday. I watched this Netflix show called Jupiter's Legacy, I think. I might remember the name wrong. If the name isn't like one word and really big on the title screen, there's a chance that I probably won't remember it. But I began watching that show. It's a superhero show. And that's all I knew about it when I started watching it. And I like superheroes, so I was like, why not? I'm kind of running out of stuff to watch. And it is exceeding my expectations so far. It's one of those shows that the production quality is so good that I would say it is pretty much on the equal level of a movie production. And that always surprises me because I bet that's expensive. And with movies, you know, it's just one like 2-hour thing. You don't have to keep doing it, so it makes more sense to splurge. This mask is a little bit thinner than I drew it. I think it's called Jupiter's Legacy. And I thought that implies the main character's name is Jupiter, but it isn't. So I still don't know why it's called Jupiter's Legacy. Getting a little bit confused with the appearance of his mask. But I think I watched about 4 or 5 or 6 episodes so far, and I'm still pretty confused with the plot. It's one of those shows that, like, at the end of every episode, they introduce a new plot twist to keep you guessing and coming back for more. But I barely know what is going on so far. But there's enough cool action scenes and pretty shots to keep me watching. I'm doing really well so far. Thank you. I'm almost done with his mask. Let's not forget that I drew a little bit more of it. Okay. Have I ever played Ace Attorney? Is that the game with a character named Phoenix Wright? Because if it is, the most I've seen of that game is memes of it. And that's about it. Pretty proud of myself for remembering his name. I've seen those memes where they kind of animate like a simulation of the actual gameplay, except they use like a joke scenario and different characters in the rows of the actual characters, and they're funny enough that I don't even need to play the game to be able to enjoy them. I have the most random memory ever. Yeah, I would say I wouldn't really classify myself as having a bad memory. I think I have a selective memory. And I can't really tell you what it's selecting for. But I do remember really random stuff, and sometimes I forget really basic stuff. And I saw somebody ask, how much time do I spend to draw one piece? Recently, I have been spending a little bit longer than usual. So I would say up to 10 hours. I think I spent 7 hours on my near piece. And I spent much longer than that on my Murray Calliope piece, but those are also two extremely different effort levels. So I sort of have two art styles. Oh, crap. I think his horns kind of stick outwards. So I might have to redraw this one. Actually, I'm just gonna transform it. When I finished my Mori Calliope piece, I pulled an all-nighter to finish it. I didn't intend to pull an all-nighter, but it took me a lot longer than I expected to get it done, and I really wanted to finish it that day. So I ended up pulling an all-nighter, and I think I drew for 8 hours straight to finish that. So on top of that, those 8 hours, I was already working on that piece for quite some time, so I probably spent up to 15 hours on that piece. You can remember a cringy moment from years ago in great detail, yet you can't remember if you ate today. Same. It's always the cringy moments, man. They just get you. It's always that time you embarrassed yourself in front of your crush or someone you like. Which happens quite often to me. I think maybe every third time I go to a social outing, I probably commit social suicide. Okay, so the smaller horns here definitely point upwards. At least. Mostly upwards, they kind of point out to the sides as well, so I'm gonna have to attempt to make it look like it's foreshortened. So I do have one other piece pending, besides this new one that I just started drawing. Thank you for donating, Clintar. Clintar says, damn, that mask looks crazy awesome. Yes, I noticed that he had a cool mask, and I just had to have it in the drawing. Usually when I try to occlude part of the character's face, my brain automatically thinks that it would make the drawing easier for me. But I guess that's not the case when the mask is definitely more complicated than his bare face. I think this horn should be longer. I pronounced your name right. I barely recall making an effort on that one, Clintar, so maybe I am improving. I still pronounce your name like Clintar half the time in my head, though. Okay. So while I'm at it, I think I can just merge these two layers that I had on separate layers. So the angle I drew his mask in, it doesn't exactly match some of my references. So let me try to see if I can fix that up. His nose, the mask's nose, is apparently very long. Sort of. Sort of like this, I believe. And I think the bottom part of his mask comes in more. It looks like he has a wider jaw. See, I'm kind of nervous about inconsistencies. Kind of nervous about inconsistencies because I don't want it to be obvious I don't play this game and disappoint my friend who's the one that wanted me to draw him. Because normally, if I had to redraw something, I would just say, fuck it. I'm not doing that. Wait, why did Palfire's messages get removed? Oh, actually it says retracted, so I guess Palfire removed them themselves. So I was kind of confused about that. Usually, like, it's the trolly messages that gets removed. And I'm pretty sure Palfire is good. I love that Rhino and Clint are fighting with each other in the chat. Okay, let's see. So kind of like that. And he has lips. I just don't know if I'm drawing them correctly. Oh yeah, by the way, I finally got a real pop filter, which half the time I accidentally call a pop socket. I know that's incorrect. You probably can't tell because my old pop filter, it wasn't really a pop filter, I made a pop filter as a makeshift one. I think it worked pretty well. So you probably can't tell a difference. I am still trying a pop filter. It is those little black screens. It's sometimes made out of metal, sometimes it's made out of something fabricy. And it prevents my P's from peaking. Like P's and K's and really strong consonants that requires you to blow a lot of air when you pronounce it. I know that in my earlier streams I had a lot of popping going on. Okay, so let me try to draw his bottom teeth. I was trying to use a dark color, but it seems like it became kind of gray. Doesn't really matter though, because I usually color in the lines afterwards when I am moving on to the coloring step. But I tend to really like seeing my line art be dark. I don't really understand how some people draw with an airbrush. I know it's a different look. I'm not saying it looks bad, but for me, it's just not as satisfying as having very dark lines. Alright, and it seems like he kind of has... Why am I calling the mask he? It kind of has this strong brow bone area. Or at least it's kind of protruding compared to the cheek. Like that. He has these markings, which in one of my references is blue and in another reference is gold. But luckily, that is not the problem that I have to worry about, since I will not be coloring. I enjoy the lining process a lot more than I enjoy the coloring process. What about you guys? So, somebody asked me how long it takes for me to finish a drawing, which I did answer extensively earlier, but I'm just gonna say about 7+ hours, possibly, especially when I'm drawing slower on the stream. For those of you guys in the chat, especially my YouTube moderators, if you do know the answer to some of the more basic art questions I get asked a lot, you can go ahead and answer them for me. Okay. Alright, so this horn, the one that I already drew, I kind of wanted to look foreshortened. Not sure how much I succeeded, but maybe you will see the effect better when I draw this horn. Thank you for becoming a member. I can't pronounce your name. Alright.
Hello, user.
So something else that I have been doing recently is I have been watching a lot of animated movies. Oh, so his name is pronounced Vtuber. I don't know anything about Russian pronunciation. Just to let you guys know. Your favorite part is the line art? Sounds strange but true. So when I say line art, when I say my favorite part is the line art, I mean the sketching up to the line art process, since I don't do real line art. So yes, I do know a lot of people think it's strange to like line art, since it's sort of the busy work portion. If you have a very clean sketch and you have to line it to be perfect, you're not really adding anything to the drawing, you're just making it clean. And you might even think your sketch looks better. So for that reason, a lot of people don't like line art, but I do know more people than just you who do like it. So don't worry, you're not the only one. I do have a tip that might help, that is sort of related to line art. So for me, I always found that if I was going to do a piece with line art, after I finish the drawing, as in completely done with the shading and everything I want to do to it. Thank you for donating, Tuna. Tuna says cringing.
Is maintained.
Yes. Thank you for sharing. So after I finished the drawing, and I finished shading, and I finished the lighting, and basically you could call it done, I would make a new layer on top of the entire drawing, on top of all the line art, and I would soften some regions by painting on top. I always found that makes my lined pieces look better. Because when you do line art, everywhere that is lined, it could look too harsh. And it stands out a lot, and sometimes you want things to look more cohesive with each other. Okay, so it looks like this goat part here sort of wraps around the horn. I don't think I left enough room. But that's alright. I'm just gonna say this is passable. So in most cases, I don't mind too much about getting the details inaccurate. Just because nobody is really staring at your picture and then comparing it directly to a reference just to call you out on drawing something wrong. But I will say that it is pretty embarrassing to get the eye or hair color the wrong shade, which could be accidental by the end of the drawing if you edited it many times with different layers. It could eventually look a little bit too far off from the actual color of the hair and eyes. So just, give it a second look. Just keep that in mind. You always draw sketches on paper. I know a lot of artists do that because supposedly it is easier to draw on paper. I personally do not find it easier to draw on paper. At this point in my life, because I just have not drawn on paper in so long. I don't know, it's just so strange to say, but it feels more natural to have my pen on a tablet that I cannot see while the drawing is coming out on my computer screen. Alright, so this area is I'm getting a little bit confused here with the design of his mask. I did buy a paper texture for my iPad recently because I did have to get an iPad for school, but I did also hope that the iPad would help me draw more frequently, since I know that it is one of the more popular tools that artists like to use for drawing. But I did try to draw using Procreate. I didn't like it that much. I felt like my drawings didn't look so good from the ones that I did on Procreate. And one of the reasons why I felt like it was because of the screen texture being extremely slippery for the pen. So I felt like getting a paper texture would help. I have yet to truly try to draw another drawing yet while using the paper texture screen protector. But I do think it would help a little bit. I'm not too psyched about the new texture when it comes to using the iPad for any other reasons besides drawing though. because now I'm stuck with feeling that gritty texture under my fingers when I'm just swiping. You're more digital with art as well. One time, you tried drawing traditionally on paper, and when you made a mistake, you tried to press Ctrl-Z button. Yes, exactly. I can't part with the Ctrl-Z button anymore. The eraser is not the same. Do I play Osu? That's a rhythm game, correct? The only rhythm game that I got addicted to was Love Live. And I was pretty addicted to that. Like, I can admit, the Love Live anime is not a great, it's not like a great show, but I still watched that from beginning to end because I was obsessed with the franchise. I tried to play Bang Dream because some of my rhythm game friends really liked it. I tried it out, and even though I can admit that it's a pretty well developed rhythm game, I don't know, I just did not quite get into it. Worst part was you had no eraser either because you draw with a pen. I barely have pencils hanging around, so yes, I get that feeling a lot. I think it's just when I write, I much prefer to write with a pen. Though I barely have any use for pencils in my house. Unfortunately, that is not a great thing if I were to start sketching on paper. I remember at one point, I don't know if it was me. Oh, actually, it wasn't me. It wasn't my decision. It was an art class I was taking in my college. That made me buy these expensive, high-quality pencils. And I was thinking, yeah, maybe I can finally do a serious drawing traditionally. I don't think I ever used those pencils. Okay, I am almost done with this mask. Thank God. I have been on this mask for an hour. I began drawing it because I thought it was gonna be easy. But nope. Maybe I should have went with his face. Mask is not exactly the most accurate, but at this point, I'm not gonna redraw anything. Alright. So sometimes when I'm concentrating, I get pretty quiet. And yes, I know I say that almost every stream. I just think that it might be kind of weird if you guys wonder why I suddenly stopped talking. Okay. I'm gonna fill in some of these parts. Alright, so one thing that I kind of messed up. It does connect on top. I guess here? That is alright for me. Alright, and then I'm gonna fill in that part. And then I'm going to fix some of these hose. Inking and coloring on paper is even worse than digitally. Yes, for sure. I wouldn't even use the word even worse. I would say it's definitely worse. Because with coloring, that is, and inking too, that is permanent. I would be so nervous. Alright, this part doesn't look so great. Doesn't look very symmetrical with the other side. When I was drawing my Cali piece, I only noticed at the very end. I was right about to post the piece and I was staring at it, and I finally noticed that the crown or tiara that holds up her veil, it was asymmetrical. Like one side had so let me just draw this so it makes more sense. The tiara, it looks like this, and I drew it from an angle so it was harder to see, and one side had like it was like way longer, and it basically it looked like this, and I didn't even notice until the very end. That would have been embarrassing if anybody noticed that. But yes, when it comes to something like a mask, you do want it to look symmetrical. And I'm sort of struggling. Which is why I still haven't moved on yet, despite being so excited to do so. He is so hot. I barely started drawing him yet. Although, since the mask does cover up a good portion of his face, I guess I am nearly done. I just have to draw the mouth, which I'm just gonna do right now. What app do I use? I use Paint to Sai. I quite like drawing characters with this crazy, anger-filled expression. I think if I'm not wrong, the last time I drew it was on... oh, what's his name? Oh god, I forgot his name. Seriously? I'm kind of shocked with myself. The boar character from Demon Slayer. What's his name? It's slipping my mind right now. Inosuke. Yes, him. I drew a similar expression. And he... I am shocked I forgot his name because he was the character I liked the most from that show. He perfectly fits my tastes of characters, which is characters that look different from how they behave or the trope that they are. And for him, not only does he behave like a total barbarian and looks like a pretty boy, but he is a pretty boy, and I really enjoy pretty boy characters. Okay, let's see. I'm just checking my reference. I don't think I finished drawing the mask. I got a little bit distracted with the mouth for a second there. And this side doesn't look so great. So let me just redo that. It's always the female viewers who likes the pretty boys. And it was kind of like almost like a culture shock when I was speaking of some characters in my Patreon and Mumber Discord, and it was quite the consensus that they didn't like pretty boys. Because most of that server are males. And I was like, oh, wow. I never thought about that perspective. Because that is almost all the men I draw are pretty boys. So, I'm sorry to my male fans. Probably will not be drawing very many muscle men. Okay, let's see. Probably going to just go ahead and move on from the mask now. And any further mistakes, I'll go ahead and fix it when I'm off stream. Because I could very well be drawing that mask for the entire 2 hours. Which pretty much I almost reached already. Alright, so I tried to do like a dynamic angle with this. I was explaining that there was a scene in the trailer with him, or cutscene, where he was tied up in a bunch of black ribbons, and it looked like a very good angsty scene where I could draw someone suffering. So I'm kind of going with a similar concept, but it's going to be up to my collab partner how they're gonna color it. So the scene itself is red and black, but I'm quite interested to see what my friend is going to do with this. Xiao is an emo. Pretty much. Or he is an emo at heart. What is the most difficult between drawing the line art and adding colors? For me, I'm gonna say colors for sure, which is the main reason why I enjoy doing line art more. Line art is the parts where I feel like I have more control and a better understanding of what I'm doing, which might be what should I say, counterproductive if I wanted to improve on coloring, because that means I'm kind of keeping myself from coloring very complicated pieces, which is why I tend to draw in a kind of base color style because it's easier. That might not help me get over my problem with finding coloring difficult. You hate how the English voice actor portrayed him as an edgy teen, when in all the other languages, he is calm, caring, but distant. I don't think I heard the English. I did hear him in Japanese. I'm kind of curious though. Let me see if I can search up what he sounds like in English. Xiao English voice GENSHIN. Wow, I'm doing... Okay. I'm gonna try to add it to the stream for those of you guys who don't play the game.
I'll be here, reduced to just standing around. How absurd. The damned will sooner die again.
You can hear that, right? Did I know the voice actor for the Japanese dub of Xiao is the same voice actor as Inosuke? Oh, really? That is pretty cool. And you? It's too quiet? Okay, let me try to make it louder. I'm surprised it's too quiet though. This is the volume that I used for my mods when I did the stream with them, and it was fine then. Okay, that's the loudest it can go.
I'm far from human. I can't make much of human.
You're right though. He does sound like an edgy teen, and that does seem like quite a difference from his calm persona that I am familiar with. I mean, personally, I don't really watch anything in English dub. If there is the original language, I tend to prefer watching it in that instead. Wait. Somebody wants me to draw Rishala? What is that? Is that from GENSHIN IMPACT? You're on a sugar crash. So you ate a lot of sugar and now you're coming down from your high. That I don't think that I've ever felt like I experienced that. I don't know if it's just me not paying attention, but I don't even think I am affected that much by coffee or energy drinks. Like every time I expect it to make a difference, especially if I pull in all-nighter, but I just end up getting a stomachache instead. Thank you for donating. Tuna says English dub is cringe, bro. You're gonna start a whole dub via sub argument in the chat, Tuna. I think I'm not gonna say that I don't find English dub cringe because yeah, I agree, sometimes I do find it cringe, but I don't think it's because English voice actors are bad. I don't know, it's just I'm kind of confused why for anime the voice actor they feel like they have to do this exaggerated voice with like very exaggerated enunciation. While for games that are made in English originally, the voice acting sounds totally fine to me. Like, I guess... I don't know if it sounds the same for Japanese people when they're listening to anime voice acting. Because, sure, anime Japanese voices are probably really exaggerated too, to sound super cool. Or like, you know, just, you know, they want to sound cooler than they do in real life. Instead of going for that realistic vibe that a lot of Western games go for. But when the English voice actors do it, I don't know, I don't find it to sound very cool at all. Though somebody says that the Japanese voice acting sounds more natural. To you or to Japanese people? I did search Xiao. I don't know what show it's from though, so I got like this bald man who looked like he was in the army. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. You want to hear an anime series dubbed entirely in regional British accents. So Black Butler, I kind of recall they had British accents, or attempted British accents, but my memory on that is not too good. Why not the Chinese voice acting for Genshin? So if I were to play the game, I would play it in Chinese. I know that a lot of people think Chinese is not a pleasant language to listen to, but I disagree, and that probably partially has to do with me being Chinese. But I find Chinese, maybe it's because I am Chinese and I think it has like a nostalgic aspect to it, because I don't have many memories of my growing up in China. So I enjoy listening to shows in Chinese. Confirmed. I think I said I was Chinese in quite a few of my streams. You like how singing sounds in Chinese. I don't listen to a lot of Chinese music. I'm actually kind of disappointed how little influence China has in pop media. Like, they're out of the East Asian countries. You have anime, you have K-pop. Where the hell is China? I guess we have Chinese food, and that's pretty much it. Hello, Ari. Thanks for joining the stream. Are you telling me you think Gangnam Style is Chinese, Rhino? That is Korean. Alright, good night, Catnip. Thanks for being part of the stream. Okay, let me check how I'm doing on his hair. So it's blowing back in the wind. But I do want it to still resemble his hairstyle a little bit. And I think I'm straying a little bit far from that. Mainly because his hair has a lot of volume on the sides, so I'm gonna try to add some of that. thanks for donating again, Tuna. Tuna says, that's because Chinese pop culture is very heavily policed by the Chinese state's thought police, making it very cringe, not even the good cringe. Yeah, that's true, and pretty sad. The censorship issue is definitely, I don't think it's anything, it's something that any citizen truly supports. Alright. Whoops. Accidentally clicked some random buttons. I hope I didn't do anything. So at the moment, what I'm trying to do is make his hair look... Oh, what I did was I changed my brush. I see. Alright, so I'm gonna try to make his hair look more fluffy. No more Genshin? What do you mean? Just look at the title of the stream, my man. This is a Genshin drawing, and I'm not about to switch anytime soon. You remember a story of a Chinese emperor who drank mercury to live forever. It was a very bad idea. I have not heard that story, but also I'm very uncultured. The only story... I know there's a lot of immortality stories though. People are obsessed with becoming immortal, and it's a very common theme in Chinese mythology to my knowledge. I don't know about other types of mythology, but it's probably common everywhere. But the only story I know is the one where a wife and her husband got, I don't know how they got, but they got these immortality pills. And maybe it wasn't immortality pills. I think it was just health pills. I don't even know. Wow. The one story I know, I can't even tell well. But the wife was supposed to wait and give one to her husband, but she wanted to take both of them so that she could, I guess, fully become immortal. This is the lunar bunny story, by the way, for those of you who know it. And after she took both the pills, she did become immortal, but she also ended up floating off to the moon. Probably recounted that extremely inaccurately. But yeah, so now she lives on the moon by herself. And there was actually an animated film with this story. It's on Netflix. I don't know where else it is on, but it's very recent. Not very. It was kind of recent, and I enjoyed that a lot. It's like a lunar New Year story of a little girl who wanted to prove that Chang'e is real. And so the girl ended up going to the moon, and some stuff happened. I don't know if any... Oh, one of you guys watched that? That's good. That's good to know. I'm not the only one talking about something that nobody understands. Okay. Doing pretty good with his hair, I think. So I might move on just for the sake of not being stuck on one part for too long. So what I want to finish in this stream is I want to get done with the basic outline of his entire body. And I'll leave the details for later. I wish I thought of that before I went full out on this mask. Because that was half the stream. And I don't know why I'm still working on it. It just doesn't look that good to me right now. But I'll fix that later. Okay, so... looking at his neck right now... I do kind of need some references from the back. Welcome to the membership, Mr. Mojo. I have not played Touhou before. What is that? Okay, so I'm glad I looked at the back references. Because it looks like there's this gold piece on his neck that goes over his shoulders, but then it goes downwards by the time it reaches his back, which I would not have known if I didn't have a back reference. Usually I'm so lazy that I only use one reference. It's an anime game, old classic pretty much. It's really old. Huh. Is it still popular? Because I've heard about Touhou. I've heard the word Touhou several times. I don't know if it's exactly referring to this game. But if it's really old, I'm pretty surprised if it's still popular. Oh, so it is still popular. That's pretty cool. So what kind of anime game is it? Saying it's an anime game. Alright, so Touhou is a bullet hell shooter, more famous for its fan projects. It's constantly the #1 franchise at Comic Cats. Bullet hell shooter. I don't know what that means. Touhou is a saga of games. The genre is bullet hell and it's really popular. Bullet hell. One of the most popular is the song Bad Apple. I heard that song if you're referring to what I'm thinking you're referring to, which is the anime, what am I saying? The Vocaloid? Vocaloid song? Bad Apple? Is that correct? A lot of projectiles you need to dodge. So that's what bullet hell means. You have to dodge dozens of bullets. That sounds fun. I'm not even kidding though. I tend to like the dodge mechanism in games. Just because a lot of RPGs I used to play didn't have a dodge mechanism, and I found that incredibly frustrating. It becomes just a numbers game at that point. The person who does the most damage is the person who wins. Okay. There's no dodge moves in bullet hell, you just move your character very slightly. Well, if you can dodge, I consider that a dodge mechanism, even if it's just moving your character very slightly. I don't like the games where you have to select an enemy in order to attack, so therefore you won't miss unless there is a random number generator on the miss such as like a 10% miss or something like that. That's just, I don't know, it just doesn't seem that fun. More fun if you're in control of it and your skill determines how much you miss. Alright, so I'm a little bit confused with how his collar goes, so I'm gonna move on and draw something easier, which is this necklace. Unless I struggle with drawing circles. I could use the circle tool. Maybe I should. But I tend not to like using such tools since I think it makes it look unnatural. Thanks for donating again, Tuna. Tuna says, near Replamata games are kind of bullet hell. Yes, I know that there are a lot of mini games in Nier, so I can see where you're coming from. I do like how you said Replamata.
Graphics card updated.
Oh, so the first combat in Nier Automata, the one where the boss shoots these little balls and you have to dodge them. I see, so that's what you mean. I didn't know that had a whole genre. Alright. So the thought that I wasn't able to finish earlier was that I have been binging a lot of animated movies. Let's see. I pretty much watched, you know, since they're not in theaters anymore, I pretty much just watched them all at once. Because why not? Watched a bunch of Disney ones. I watched the new one, Raya. I think it's called Raya and the Dragons or something like that. That was pretty good. Like, Asian representation, I always love seeing that. And I watched The Croods 2. I watched Big Hero 6. I watched Ice Age 5. The funny thing about Ice Age, by the way, welcome to the stream, Forward. The funny thing about Ice Age is I am pretty sure I watched Ice Age 1, 2, 3, and 4. But I barely remember them at all. And before I watched Ice Age 5, I went to watch... I got reminded of this because some people in my server were talking about Ice Age and they brought up dinosaurs and I was like, wait, what? I don't remember that Ice Age had dinosaurs in it. So I went back to watch Ice Age 3, I think is the one with dinosaurs. And I was like, oh wait, I definitely watched this before. Because every other scene that came up, I could remember it. But I couldn't remember it beforehand. So I would only get reminded of it when the scene appeared. It's basically been almost wiped from my memory. And I just rewatched the whole movie because of that. And I was thinking, okay, I definitely remember Ice Age 4 from the poster of it. So I'm not gonna rewatch that, and I'm gonna skip it to watch Ice Age 5, which I definitely know I didn't watch. But as soon as I started watching Ice Age 5, I did not understand what was going on. I did not know that Manny had a daughter that was all grown up, who had a boyfriend. I have no idea if this was even spoken of in Ice Age 4 or they just sprung this on you in Ice Age 5. But yeah, I was pretty lost. Which means... yes, they made 5 Ice Age movies. I was pretty lost, which means I pretty much didn't have a recollection of Ice Age 4 either. Cecile, when can we see you play Code Vein again in the future? I wasn't actually planning on playing it on stream again. I played it once on a Mumber stream, for those of you who are wondering the context. But maybe I'll think about it. You don't think you watched past Ice Age 2? To be honest, by the time you get to Ice Age 5, it's pretty hard to remember that this franchise started out with a wholesome story about a mammoth saving a human baby. It gets ridiculous after 2. Yes, exactly. By Ice Age 5, they're going to space. Actually, no, they didn't all go to space. Only one of them went to space. There's dinosaurs living underground, which, by the way, they kept up. So the dinosaurs, after Ice Age 3, they were a continued motif. The worst animated child in the history of animation. I don't know. I might say that word goes to Sid from Toy Story. Which I believe there are 4 Toy Stories, right? I believe I watched all of them as well. Backtrack, we need answers. What are your questions? Oh, about them going to space? I mean, as soon as they introduced that there were dinosaurs underground, come on. Not even surprised anymore that they went to space. Because for sure, dinosaurs and mammoths did not live in a similar age at all. I think. I always follow up my thoughts with I think because I know there's a chance I'm wrong. And I shouldn't be saying it that confidently. I took archaeology, but I also barely paid attention. Yes, I guess I can say with confidence that dinosaurs and mammoths did not live together at the same time. So, only the squirrel went to space. The squirrel is a total joke character. I don't even think the squirrel is considered a part of the main cast. Come on, he barely interacts with any of them. He went to space because he found a UFO. And by the way, this isn't really spoiling it because it's kind of the premise of the whole story. You get this from the trailer. And in space, he messed a bunch of stuff up. Because he was messing around in the UFO and he blew up a bunch of stuff. And he sent a meteoroid flying towards Earth. And that is where all their problems come from. You think that's still a spoiler? I mean, if you say that, then I guess the trailer spoils the movie for you. And I know some trailers are that bad. Some trailers do spoil the movie for you. This literally happens within the first 10 minutes, I think. There have been scattered cryptid reports throughout history of people seeing living dinosaurs, ranging from Alaska to Australia. I'm a skeptic, so if you ask me, if somebody says, if it's just an anecdote that they saw a living dinosaur, who knows what they saw? It could just be a big ass bird. Because I know there are some birds, like ancient looking birds out there, that are pretty much dinosaurs. It could just be like a big reptile, like a crocodile, for example. So unless you tell me that a scientist was able to document a real-life dinosaur, I don't believe any of those sighting stories. So something that I'm trying to keep in check is the size of these balls. I'm trying to make sure they're all similar in size. It does seem like I kind of started drawing them a bit bigger near the back of his neck. Which, anyway, I don't like the shape of. Probably should have checked that before I started drawing them. So I'm just gonna redo that. That's what she said. Yes, I was aware. I was aware that statement was quite fishy. So what I want them to look like is I want it to curl a bit better around his neck. In this direction, pretty much. Alright, and this time I'm gonna make sure they don't get too big. Do the beads need to be perfectly circled? Well, considering the reality is that beads are perfect circles, if you're asking for advice, you should get it to be at least close to a perfect circle, or at least appearing like a perfect circle. We don't want any oval beads in here. Of course, since I'm drawing them manually, it's a little bit hard. Alright. I totally forgot my mission. I should probably draw a guideline for that, actually. So that's my guideline, to keep my circles in check. You're actually just listening while drawing. Kind of good just listening to a live voice. I'm pretty sure most people are doing that. When I watch streams, I tend to just listen to them in the background while I'm doing something else. And I think a number of people said that they enjoy drawing at the same time as watching my streams. Okay, I know that balls is sort of a NSFW topic, but have any of you guys seen that documentary of the guy whose balls wouldn't stop? I think it was his balls. Like, they wouldn't stop growing and they're like dragging on the floor. I do watch a lot of very strange documentaries, medical documentaries. Everybody's just like, what? It's on YouTube. I watch almost everything on YouTube. Thank you for donating, Tuna. Tuna says, pre-subbing for balls guideline. Okay, so I can actually try to tell you how to draw a circle if you want. Because by balls, you mean circles. That's the only interpretation I'm going to take from that. But really, if you want to get good at drawing circles, it's just practice makes perfect. Because it's gonna be really annoying if you have to use guidelines to draw a circle every single time. And honestly, if you're gonna use guidelines to draw a circle, you might as well just use a circle tool to make a circle. But let me show you. So I actually learned this from my math teacher. If you want to draw a circle, you pretty much just start from the center and all the lines radiating from it just has to be equal in length. And then you can kind of go like in between these lines, and then in between those lines. And then you kind of just like, you can keep going if you want. Probably don't need this many. And then you can kind of fix the ones that aren't really in the right place. And there you go, circle guidelines. If you're talking about a ball, like a 3D sphere, then that's all about the shading, because since it is a sphere, it's going to look like a perfect circle from all angles. There's not really perspective when it comes to the 2D-ness of it, 2D version of it. Yes, basically make a clock without the body. And my math teacher told me this. I don't really know why my math teacher cared about us being able to draw perfect circles or not. But if you look at a ball, I could give basic tips on drawing a ball, but I don't know how long that's gonna take me, so I might not. I might just... What I'm gonna do is I'm going to show you an already drawn ball and point out some stuff about it. Okay. So for example, this ball, I'm gonna have to remember to cut this out of the speed paint. Or you guys might end up seeing it if I forget. So the light is obviously coming from this direction. There's usually one point, which is here, that is the brightest spot. And then pretty much you want to like slowly shade from the edges, and as it gets to that spot, it gets lighter and lighter. And make sure you're going in like a round shape, like this. Because in my art classes, I have seen people shade the circle and they pretty much just do this, and that's not it. Make sure it's a round shape, like curving around the edges as it's fading towards the light spots. And then once you get that down, that's pretty much it, except you might notice here is a light, oops, it's a lighter spot. I hope you can see on top of my messy lines, below my messy lines. But this light spot over here is very faint, and it's because of light bouncing off the table. So yeah, that's pretty much all you need to know about drawing a sphere. And the other thing is, don't forget the shadow is behind where the light is shining. I know that a lot of people mess that up too. Alright, back to drawing my balls. So I kind of went the opposite way and kind of made them too small. So let me fix that. Question: have I received a marriage proposal on the super chat or not? Probably. I have definitely received a marriage proposal in chat, and I remember reading them out loud, so perhaps some of them were in super chat. So the bottom part of the ball is the dark part, the part where the focus of the light is what you call dark white, you think? I don't know what you mean by dark white. You mean like off-white? It could be. I tend to not like using extremely high contrast whites in my drawings because I kind of like the soft gray tones. But I think general advice in terms of values is the lightest spot in your drawing should be the only part that is completely white, and the darkest spot in your drawing should be the only part that is completely black. And everything else is just going to be in between. And by the way, I think that is what they are trying to get you to do when you play a game, and it tells you to adjust the brightness until the image on the left doesn't show up anymore. Basically, they're trying to get the darkest image, the darkest color on the game screen to be black, completely black, and everything else is lighter than that. Xiao is an android, so you can't marry her, but you can raid her. We're not on Twitch, so I'm not exactly sure how you're gonna raid me. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna say I'm done with that. Raid Shadow Legends. I honestly don't see those ads that frequently. I think I saw one, or maybe two, but I saw one that Lily Pichu was in, I think. But the ads I see, like 50% of the ads I see now are about cryptocurrency. What even is that? Like, why are there so many ads about cryptocurrency? It's making me think it's like a conspiracy. Because this is like a real currency that you put money into, and they're trying to encourage people who watched YouTube or just the general public to start using it, but for what purpose? Like, why? Why should they pay me to learn about cryptocurrency? there are ads because the crypto people can't make money without people investing into it. But hasn't cryptocurrency existed for a while now? Like, why now? They suddenly decided that they're going to do this huge ad campaign. You use your Bitcoin to super chat Vtubers. I'm gonna assume you're not being serious because I barely know what Bitcoin is, so... Thank you for joining the membership, Nameless Bird. Wow. So this stream sort of ended up being more of a just chatting stream and less of a drawing stream. Because apparently I can't do both with equal efficiency. I draw more in my streams that I am more quiet in. Right now I'm trying to find a good reference of his shoulder plate. Alright. I think it's mainly because I'm not familiar with this character. So I'm extra unsure when I'm drawing, which makes me more unsure or more reluctant to draw things that I'm only paying half attention to, which is basically what I'm doing when I'm talking. Yes, it is pretty hard to multitask between looking at chat and drawing and talking. Alright, so this kind of looks like it's sort of just
Hello, user.
floating on his shoulder somewhat. Thanks for joining the membership, Max Darkus. It's more relevant now because people learned that they can literally gamble on it. When it started, it was just weirdos with a new crazy tech. Well, I see. I heard a little bit about it, and I know that there's kind of like a stock market thing going on. But like, do we really need more stock markets? That's like the same thing with the NFT thing for artists too, right? It's pretty much a stock market. You're sad you had to miss part of the stream because you ate with your family. Eating with your family is so nice though. I wish I could eat with my family. Hats off to Sissy for being able to do both. I'm trying my best to do both. Both draw and look at chat at the same time. I don't know how successful I am, but I'm sort of doing it, so I'll take it. And I'm planning to draw Zhongli in the future. So the reason why I'm drawing Xiao is because my Genshin obsessed friend wanted to do this collab with me. Without her, I probably would not draw a Genshin character just because I'm not that familiar with the game, as well as not entirely being like that enthralled by the character designs, at least most of them. So I probably will not draw Zhongli, unfortunately. I'm sorry to tell you that. Out of all the characters though, his personality type is one of my favorites. I tend to like the very stoic, handsome gentleman with a deep voice. Okay, so for these spikes on his shoulder, probably gonna have to go with the idea that they are foreshortened. Because I'm trying to give them like the shape since they're pretty long. but I don't think from this angle you should be able to see much of that length. There is a lot of beautiful boys in Genshin. Yes, I do have to say I appreciate that a lot for a gacha game. There are so few gacha games, or should I say there are fewer gacha games than that feature lots of male characters as opposed to gacha games that feature female characters. I don't think I ever played a gacha that was targeted at a female audience myself. I was very into hype mic, music-wise, or hit mic. I always say hype mic. But I think that the rhythm game is only in Japan. And thank you for donating as Azid. Line art advice, you tend to draw them thicker. So whether you draw thick or thin line art, the advice I would give is, first of all, thin line art is not inherently better. Second of all, when you are drawing something, alright, first I think I'm trying to give him some muscle here, but he really doesn't have any. When you're drawing line art, you want the darker areas, like the thicker areas, to be the part that stand out more, the part that are coming out at the screen. So for example, these beads in the front should have thicker lines than the beads in the back. And something else is the parts that have a strong edge, like it's bordering another item, you should make that part darker too. So you might notice that this part I kept thin, while the outline of the beads I am making a little bit thicker. So this is stuff that you can adjust anytime while you're drawing. You don't have to draw a stroke and immediately have perfect line art. So since I'm already here, I'm just going ahead and fixing some of these lines to be better. You just want to say that you love my art. Thank you so much. I know that I didn't draw anything for a really long period of time, so I'm pretty hyped that I was able to get out some artwork this week, or this and last week. How am I? I am doing pretty good. Although I am getting art out, I am slacking a bit on my studies. So even though I probably want to finish this line art after my stream ends, since I'm definitely not gonna finish it in a reasonable amount of time on stream, probably can't. I probably have to study. Unfortunately. But how are you guys doing? Do I have advice for people who want to start a YouTube channel? So when I started my YouTube channel, I was just messing around. I wasn't trying to, like, oh, I'm gonna become a YouTuber, I'm trying to become famous. I wasn't trying to do that. I basically thought it would be cool to speed up my drawing process, just so I could look at it myself and feel satisfied, because it looks like I'm drawing so fast. So I did that, and I posted them on YouTube. And I guess some people enjoyed it. now I'm here. I still do post speed paints on my channel. I think at least half of my subscribers are here solely from my speed paint videos. So I don't know in terms of advice for someone who's just starting, like how well I can answer that question. So this is like an armor piece, I guess. But YouTube's algorithm is like one of the most random algorithms I ever experienced on social media. In terms of my videos, at least, I know that some stuff are trending, and then you make a trending video, you're gonna get lots of views. That's the case for everything. But besides just trying to follow the trends, I don't really know like how it works. On Instagram and Twitter, I found that it was easier to figure out. I'm just gonna move this because it's a little bit off center. But I was watching Anne Reardon. Do any of you guys watch her videos? But some of her videos, she's talking about these viral channels that pretty much make like view farming videos. They just make a video that has no purpose except to get views, and they succeed. So those channels clearly know how to play the YouTube algorithm really well. And by those channels, I'm talking about like 5 minutes crafts and stuff like that, where like literally half of the crafts they show are, okay, maybe not 5 minutes crafts. Okay, maybe, yeah, I do think 5 minutes crafts is one of them. But like half of the life hacks and stuff they show, like, doesn't even work. What is my motivation to draw? So I think my motivation to draw is the same as my motivation to create in general. So it doesn't have to be a drawing, it could be a video, it could be a graphic design, it could be animation, which I do very, very rarely, but sometimes I do. And that is, I love being able to put my ideas out on paper, figuratively paper. Like, I love being able to express myself in this way. I like, when I draw a character, I like putting a bit of what I want to see in that character in my drawing. So sometimes it might not look too much like the character, like my Zelda drawing. I think I got a comment that was like, this drawing is good, but Zelda should always be cute and innocent. Because I did not draw her looking cute at all. Thank you for donating, Max. Max says, my first super chat and membership. Watching your streams makes me feel calm and inspires me. Today, my new tablet arrived, so timing is perfect to draw something. I'm really glad. That's like my favorite thing to hear, that my drawings or my streams are inspiring someone. So I'm really happy to hear that, and I hope you enjoy your new tablet and drawing as a hobby. What do I do if I can't draw a pose I want? Well, if you can't draw a pose you want, you could do two things. You could search up numerous reference pictures until one matches the pose you want. Or you could change the pose. That tends to be what I end up doing. The latter, changing the pose. Am I a robot? Yes, I am a robot. Wink, wink. Okay, so I don't know if this part, I think it attaches directly to his collar. I kind of stopped at the chain of beads because I wasn't sure where to take it. Alright. So now that I'm getting a better look and not just drawing mindlessly, pretty sure I drew this part all wrong. So let me go ahead and fix that. Is it true that they make robots that draw better than humans? I don't think they have yet to achieve that. I know that there are those little booths at amusement parks and movie theaters where supposedly you get in and the robot does a sketch of you. But, like, what is the fun in that? You know, they probably just take a picture of your face and then put in a filter on it. Okay, so it kind of looks like from the back of his neck, there's this area that parts on both sides. Watch, this is gonna be completely covered up by another part of his design later, because there is something on top of this. And let's see. And it kind of hooks down in this area, a little bit behind his shoulder, and it makes this pattern that I'm kind of struggling with the angle that I drew his arm in. I definitely need this to translate well so that my collab partner knows what she's coloring. And then it sort of does this. I guess. Something like that. As a robot who created me, I don't have enough lore to tell you that. Welcome to the stream, but then Nia. Other people makes a backstory for her OC. Cecile, backstory, what's that? Can we eat it? Pretty much. I'm not that big on creating OCs. I created like maybe 4 OCs in my life, and then I have pairs who have hundreds of OCs. Any idea whether you'd like to do a collab someday? So, I think I only did 1 collab in my Vtuber career. And for that, okay, I'm assuming you mean streaming collabs. For that, it went on the other guy's channel, so I didn't stream it. I would say I'm not that big on the idea of collabing, just because I think I'm extremely awkward when I'm talking to someone. But I do have fellow artist VTuber mutuals who I think it might be fun to collab and do something art-wise. I kind of suck at making friends though, so you might have to wait a while for any of that to happen. Like the one person that I'm pretty certain that I could do a collab with. She didn't debut yet. There's two types of artists, OC creators and fan artists. OC creators become concept artists, and fan artists become illustrators. Them's the rules. Interesting. So I agree with the part that those are the two types of artists. I never thought about OC artists becoming concept artists and the other thing. But you're probably right, because you gotta use your brain to create OCs and to create concept art, which concept art tends to be very environmentally focused. And if you create OCs, you probably also create a world that they lived in. So I can see how that connects. Okay, so I don't think I ever drew anybody from this angle before. So I might struggle a bit with the appearance of his back. I've been trying to draw more interesting poses lately with my artworks, because I felt inspired looking at some of my fellow artists who drew very interesting poses, and I'm looking at the three poses I recycle over and over again and feeling bad about myself.
Hello, user.
Thank you for becoming a member, Aster Iron. So he kind of has a bare back, but not really. Alright, so... he has this ribbon on his back, but it originates in two places on his neck. I hope I'm looking at this correctly. In one artwork, it looks like it originates, like it surrounds his neck in like a collar, and then it goes back and becomes a ribbon. But I only see that in one artwork. You've been trying to be a lot more dynamic with your poses. You used to do a lot of portrait art and aesthetic poses. Bore you now? Yeah, same, pretty much. Begun the era of the heads. Interesting. Would be a collab with Ina from Hololive. Yes, as if I could do a collab with Hololive. Hololive is much beyond small independent VTubers like me. But nice idea. Huh. So I can't really figure out where this ribbon originates from. Try joining Gen 2. Didn't they open applications for that a while ago? I think like the main reason why I wouldn't even think about trying is because I'm not trying to become a VTuber full time. I don't have time to do that. So I don't know how well I would do if I even scored the position. I would be struggling really hard. I would probably have to sacrifice a lot in terms of studying. And second of all, I don't know, it's kind of intimidating to be introduced to an entirely new audience who is completely unfamiliar with who you are and has all the ability in the world to judge that they don't like you. Like, it's nice that I already had a fan base before I became a VTuber, because I know that at least some people are going to be here. But I can't imagine just going live in front of a new crowd and being like, hey, this is me. That'd be really intimidating for me. Everyone would judge my egg for sure. You guys are already judging my egg as it is. So I was gonna draw his eyelashes, but I decided that I'm going to make them point upwards. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna make them point upwards because I want his eyes to look like they are wide open. Hi, I'm Cecile. I have no backstory. So about HoloLive VTubers, I don't think they get to decide about their backstory. I think. I'm not entirely sure about this. But I'm pretty sure the company handles all that. So, luckily for me, if that hypothetical scenario was real, I would have a backstory. Alright, so the reason why I'm changing the direction of his eyelashes from my original direction is because when I draw eyelashes, and if you make them point downwards, the person looks like their lids are hooded and they kind of end up looking sleepy. And here I'm trying to draw him with his eyes extremely wide open in a shocked look. Oh, so they actually present their backstory when auditioning? I didn't know that. Some HoloLive people collab with independents and other VTuber companies, mainly Matsuri and Lyrica has collabed from time to time. Collabed with HoloLive a bunch of times. I misread the ending of that sentence because the chat moved past it and I assumed what you said. Oh, I see. I mean, with other companies, I can see that happening. It makes more sense. With independents, I would assume you would have to be quite popular to the point where HoloLive sees you as a advantage to collab with, because otherwise, what's the point? Oh, there usually isn't much lore, it seems. The HoloLive VTubers seem to make up lore as they go. I watched mainly Callie's debut, and I think the lore was just substantial enough to explain her character. Like, they don't have like a whole, a novel, obviously. I don't really expect any VTuber to, unless they're really into that. Alright, so with big-eyed, Shota-looking male characters, I kind of have to be very careful not to make them look too much like a girl when I draw eyelashes. Especially ones that point upward. Because that tends to look like curled lashes. Which of course only girls usually curl their lashes. Alright. So when fans and stuff make memes of the backstories, does that really ever become canon? I think usually it's too ridiculous, because it is a meme after all. So, I was correct. This part I drew is definitely gonna be covered up by another part of his outfit, which I'm trying to get a better look at. So, first of all, seems like the back of his neck has this point, which will not be shown here because the hair strand covers it. And he kind of has like a gold piece that wraps around. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to study this reference a little bit harder. Yes, so it's a gold piece that wraps around and meets at the front. But it also kind of goes like this. Like it only arches on the side of his neck. And it also meets at the back. I think. Alright. This is going alright, I think. It meets at the back in this ornament, which doesn't seem too complicated. Thank the Lord. Do I have a Discord server? I have a members and patrons Discord server. So the main reason why I didn't want a public Discord server, as I said previously, is because I don't think I can handle it. It would be too crazy for me to want to be active in. But there is one advantage to having a public Discord server that I'm sort of thinking that I'm missing out on, which is being able to ping you guys when my stream starts. I made a poll about it on YouTube right before the stream. I asked, do you get notified when I start streaming? Do you get notified by YouTube? And specifically, I'm asking those people who have the bell notifications turned on. Otherwise, I don't think you get notified at all. And the choices were yes, no, and maybe. And I think like a third of the people said no. Most people said sometimes. And then the other amount of people said yes, they do. So I'm kind of confused about that. Let's see. You want to join the membership when you finally gain money. Maybe continue your YouTube states posting anime scenes. Oh. So you're saying you post anime on your YouTube? That's pretty cool. YouTube is wonky, yes. So I'm just assuming that the correct answer is sometimes. Oh, so Bane Fairy says YouTube doesn't really show anything and you rely on Discord. Yes, so that is the one thing that I kind of regret for not having a public server. Alright, luckily for me, that ornament is pretty much covered up by the necklace on my joint. And as for the ribbon, I'm just gonna have it going off the screen so I don't have to think about it. Gonna try to add a little bit of dynamics. You think you delayed working on your drawing too much? Well, we could start now. Every time I delay working on my drawings, as soon as I get started and I finish it within like 5 hours, which passes by really quickly when you're really into it, I think to myself, wow, was that so hard? Why did I delay 5 days before I did that? I could have finished it 5 days ago. So yeah, it's pretty much just the willpower. Just get yourself to draw it. Alright, so there are some diamonds here, which if I were to draw this, I would probably paint them on. I find that painting on really small designs is easier than lining them. When is my 3D debut? So I never thought about a 3D debut, just because for a 3D you have to wear like headgears and stuff in order to track the motion. And I barely make it to my computer on time before my stream starts. But I do think it's kind of cool, especially if you're playing a game that you're probably gonna be moving a lot in. Like, I know there are those exercising games. It's probably gonna look a lot more appealing if you're using a 3D model to play those. You can still use face rig for 3D models, really? Bye, Chai. Good luck on your assignments. And recently on Twitter, I have been seeing some of my mutual Vtubers with their 3D models, and the 3D art is so nice. And I'm thinking, wow, I kind of want to see my character in 3D too. So I'm not completely shutting out the idea of having a 3D debut eventually. But I don't really see that happening anytime soon. How do I make clean line art? Well, the thing is I don't, but if I do, just draw really slowly. So if you zoom in really close, you can see it's not that clean. There's a lot of straight lines. Huh. So I'm kind of getting the idea that this part is armor, and I thought it was kind of like cloth when I first saw it. So because it's armor, let me try to give it some 3-dimensionality. You're hungry, so you can get some food. I am really hungry too. I ate a leftover Big Mac earlier today, but I only ate half of it. So that's the only thing I ate today. And I should probably end the stream soon. Actually, I did not get very far at all. Wow. So, just because I feel a little bit bad about not getting that far, I'm gonna try to quickly do a little bit more on his body and then see where we get in the next maybe 30 minutes. Alright, so does look like only a portion of his back is showing. What is this? A back window? Cecile mukbang. I personally find watching people eat a little bit repulsive. unless it's super crunchy food. That's the only time I'll let it pass. Crunchy chicken mukbang. Oh my god, speaking about mukbangs. Like the best mukbang I ever watched was, if you search up mukbang pitbull, there's this channel where this dude feeds like $100 worth of raw meat to his pit bulls, and it's so satisfying. It just hits different when it's animals. I am a little bit concerned with that though. Like, first of all, is it really that healthy to feed your dog that much? It does seem like an obscenely large amount. And thank you for donating again, Tuna, by the way. 3D is cringe, bro. 2D is love. 2D is life. Tuna, do you really not like 3D in terms of animation, though? 3D animation's pretty good. Alright. Have I seen the hamster ASMR mukbang? No, I did not, but I have seen one with rabbits, and I assume it's similar. So let's try to draw this arm. I like that his design is asymmetrical on his arms. I tend to like asymmetrical designs. It's more interesting. So it seems like this arm has a sleeve. Is that a sleeve? Yes, it's a very long, big sleeve that ends at the armpit. I'm gonna zoom in so my lines are smoother. Land of Lustrous is peak 3D. So I personally don't really see... I'm sorry, I'm gonna offend you, but I don't really see the appeal in 3D anime. Like, it looks like they're attempting to maintain the aesthetic of the 2D, but using 3D models to make it quicker on the animation team. That's like the vibe I get from them. And it doesn't have as much character as 2D animation, I think. And by that I mean good 2D animation, because there are some pretty bad 2D animation out there. Land of Lustrous is better in 3D because of the hair physics. Okay, I'll give you that. Land of the Lustrous, they have this very shiny gem-like hair, and it doesn't translate very well in a 2D style. So yes, I agree for the hair. 3D was probably a better choice. Alright. So since I want to get further with this piece, I'm gonna try my best to not get carried away with the very small details I say as I continue to draw the folds of the clothes. My favorite Naruto character is actually Sakura. I said this in the stream before, but I know that a lot of people hate Sakura. Sakura! Exclamation point! Question mark. Yes, that is the reaction I expect. I'm pretty disappointed with her at the very end of the show, though. The fact that she reverted back to liking Sasuke and acting like a apathetic schoolgirl. That was the character development that I liked seeing her evolve away from. Why do I like Sakura? So yes, I agree. She's super annoying in the beginning of the show, I liked seeing her character development. I think that's like my favorite part about any character. I tend to root for the unlikable characters because of that. I tend to root for the underdogs, and it's very satisfying to see them, you know, come out on top as a better person. And I think that is the reason why in other shows I like villain characters. If a villain character is just a straight up bad person, I won't like them. I have to be able to see some redemption potential. Do I think Itachi is good or bad? I think Itachi is morally gray. Like, what? I don't know. I'm not that much of a Sasuke fan, so I don't know that much about Itachi. The show is... I didn't watch every episode. It's way too long for me to do that. I wasn't that obsessed with Naruto. But I know that he's the one that slaughtered the... Wow, holy crap. Sasuke's last name is escaping me. What is Sasuke's last name? Uchiha. Oh my god, okay. The Uchiha clan. I know he slaughtered it. And I know that he did it to protect Sasuke or something like that, right? The anime should be called Naruto times Sasuke and Friends. Pretty much. There are way too many shippy moments in that show between those two characters. Like, I'm pretty sure the person who wrote it ships them. Kishimoto. Yeah, something protect Sasuke. Yeah, I got that much. Apparently he didn't have a choice. Alright, so for his very long sleeve, I'm also going to conveniently make it fly off of the screen so I don't have to deal with it. You love how behaved the chat is right now. The chat is pretty well behaved. I do think my YouTube chat isn't that bad. It's not that crazy in here most of the time. Bye, Full Hearts. Thanks for coming to my stream. Okay, holy shit. If I don't want to go past the 4-hour mark, I think I'm gonna finish drawing his arms and that's it. Gonna have to stop after that. The reason why Itachi killed his clan was because his clan planned to overthrow the Hokage and take control of the village. Itachi was faithful to the village, but not his clan. See, I would consider that morally gray because, yes, he was doing it for a good reason, but no killing that many people, which probably includes innocents, is not in any way a good thing to do. And I think that is a theme that is common in superhero movies. So superheroes has nothing to do with Naruto, but it did remind me of the show that I was recently watching. I slightly talked about it. Jupiter's Legacy. One of the things is they have this conflict between being a hero and not killing anybody. So I think they have this rule that they don't kill. So if you're going to like catch a villain or defeat a villain, you have to restrain them and not actually incapacitate them, but you can't kill them. And they kind of struggled with this. Like, some of the characters realized that it was not very easy to follow that. Thank you for donating, Matt. Matt says, does your motto wear a headband? No. Do you see a headband on my motto? I don't believe. It appears like my... Oh, are you talking about the flowers? Headband is there. I am so confused. Oh, you're talking about the hair accessory. You're saying the hair doesn't follow gravity laws. I think my hair is alright. This is the best. This is the best my rigger could do. I'm not that mad about it. Oh, the little bump on the bangs? No, that is not a headband. You know, I don't know what they are called in English, but sometimes there are anime characters where part of their hair sticks up higher than others. It has a little bit more volume. I think it's mostly just a stylization thing, but you do have this in real life as well. I would think it's the same thing as in ahoge, which is the one piece of hair that sticks out on the very top. But it's not... It's kind of an anime thing. But if you noticed, sometimes you have this area on your hair that sticks out beyond the rest. And that's like the area that is hardest to tame if you're trying to gel your hair down. That's pretty much it. It's just not exactly symmetrical on both sides of your head. Alright. So this hand is a little bit difficult in terms of foreshortening. Cowlick, is that what it is? How do you draw hands? That is a good question. At this point in my journey as an artist, I do not find them to be too difficult to draw. But of course, I don't think I'm a pro at it either, so my hands are not perfect. But I did show this in one of my previous streams, and I am fine with showing it again. But the rule I use is I draw, I keep in mind, because I am too lazy to draw guidelines most of the time. I keep in mind that the shape of the palm is like a pentagon, like this. And this is where the thumb comes out of, and this is where the fingers come out of. And of course the pinky is shorter than the other three. So yeah, that is pretty much a hand. Or more like a mitten. And... oops. If you keep that in mind while you're drawing the hand in different angles, it helps. Turn it 90 degrees. So you mean a hand like pointing out at you. So one thing with drawing is when you see something in 2D, you have to be able to imagine it in 3D as well. So for example, if I draw a hand facing away from me, I'm still gonna draw the pentagon. So this is the pentagon. But I'm gonna keep in mind that everything is foreshortened in this direction. And then, so everything that is in the distance is smaller and shorter. So there you go. The hand in a different angle. It's a little bit messed up, but that's as far as I'm gonna go with this demonstration. For the knuckles though, this knuckle, the middle finger knuckle, is the one that sticks out the highest, and then the other knuckles kind of are more, you know, not as protruding. So if you keep that in mind, that will also help. Okay, so he has gloves on, so I'm not gonna make the mistake of drawing nails. Hi, Wei-Yin, welcome to the stream. And I was about to say hi to Precious Sean, but I'm pretty sure you have been here. And you're saying, oh, maybe Wei-Yin has been saying hi to somebody else as well. So actually, hi, Camila. Probably the person that actually joined just now. Let's see. So this sleeve, I'm gonna wrap up. Alright, so I'm gonna give it a little bit of thickness. Thank you for donating, Matt. Matt says, you meant something like, and there's a link which I can't see. I'm gonna have to copy and paste that right after I finish drawing this. Alright. So like I said, conveniently making it go off screen so I don't have to deal with it. Now let's see what this link is. Oh, okay. So it's just an actual headband, or I guess it's called a headband too. So you know the headbands that girls wear to push back their hair, not the ones you tie around your forehead? No. My character doesn't have one of those on. Okay. I think this is good enough for now. There should be some more folds within that sleeve, but I'll do that later. And I think there's something on his back that should be pretty easy for me to draw. Okay, so it seems like he has two parts to his outfit on the back. One part that comes around the armpits. And since I'm not drawing the front, I'm not going to worry about where the hell it leads after the armpit bits. Okay. Seems pretty equal in width throughout this entire ribbon. And there is a part that's kind of like a V-neck except on the back. And it goes down like that. Alright, I think that's good enough for me for now. Oh, what happened with Clyde in armpits? So, Clyde is a bot on Discord that I believe if you turn up the moderation, the automatic moderation of the server, Clyde becomes active. And what Clyde does is Clyde automatically detects inappropriate images and prevents them from being posted. So when I posted my Callie artwork, Clyde apparently detected that it was inappropriate. It's not, I promise it's not. And did not allow me to post it, which I don't really mind that much because Discord isn't exactly, I mean, it's not that important to me that I get to post it on Discord. You can see it on my Twitter. But okay, let me show you my Callie piece. So I assumed that it was just an incorrect detection, like maybe they thought a part of it looked like the private parts or something. But according to some of my patrons and members, they think it's because of the armpits. So it could be because of the armpit, although I don't really know why it would censor armpits. Okay, maybe it's a side boob. I didn't think about that. I don't think there's enough side boobs showing. So apparently, according to Tuna, who has done experiments, it is the armpit. That would be the first time I have heard from any official source that armpits are considered lewd. What? Let's have a chat. What do you mean by that? Am I in trouble? Alright. So something that I realized I sort of struggle with is the proportions of the separate parts of the finger. I always think that as soon as it bends, the part that comes after is the same length as this part. So I'm saying that this part is the same length as this part onto the tip of the finger, but it's not. So this part and this part are the same length, but the very tip, the very last joint, is longer. I tend to always get that wrong. Armpits are a fetish, but not lewd. See, I guess Clyde is just being safe in assuming that all armpits are posted in a lewd way, but I'm pretty sure tank tops exist. Pretty sure you can draw someone with their arms lifted above their heads in a tank top, or just have an image of someone doing that. And that's not an infrequent occurrence. Thanks for donating, Matt. Matt says, I bet you $2 some neural network thinks the button is a naughty bit. Let's have a chat. Chat thinks Cecile is too pure. Re armpits. Oh, what? No, I know armpits is a fetish. I'm just saying, if you see a picture with an armpit in it, more cases than not, it's not in a fetishy way. And the button being the naughty bit, that would be funny. It reminded me of I think it was a meme on Twitter where somebody was drawing a picture of Wario, or maybe it was Waluigi, and they thought that the buttons on his design was the nipples. I think it was a meme on Tumblr, and somebody was saying, okay, but why does he have such big nipples? And somebody's like, bruh, those are the buttons. So yeah, apparently buttons do get confused as the naughty bits sometimes. Just in case you didn't know, your bunny suit artwork is not censored by Clyde. Oh, I see. Yeah, I did not remember that one being censored. I don't think I ever posted it by itself in Discord though. I posted a link to it from Twitter. But I believe Clyde can detect embedded images as well, because Clyde did not even show a preview image of my Kali artwork, which I also posted a link of. So I think it's because it's not shaded if it is the armpit. I didn't shade the armpits in my bunny suit drawing, so perhaps Clyde could not detect it as in armpits. Alright. So I thought I was going to struggle a little bit with this hand, but it looks alright. It's mainly because my guidelines for this hand are all over the place. The thumb is in a strange position though, so going to try to get that to look decent. Will Cecile shut down if we press the triangle on her neck? That's the first time I heard that. It's always it's a thing with Bao, another VTuber. The symbol on her head. I know you guys think it's a power button, which it's not. But wow, maybe I will shut down. What's my favorite body part to draw? Would it be cheating if I say the face? So, if it's not the face, I would say the abs. That's my favorite part to draw. Although, I don't think I've drawn any abs anytime recently. But it's mainly because I like looking at abs. So of course, I want to recreate perfect abs, so I can have the pleasure of admiring them. Okay, so I think his gloves... Okay, so he has a whole... He has like a whole gauntlet on his hands. I see, so I'm glad I didn't go that far into detail on drawing that hand. Other than that, let's move on to the rest of this arm. Might not be a great idea for me to draw too much details in the arm either, considering he's wearing some armor piece on top. Thank you for donating, Matt. Matt says, Cecile, abs fetish confirmed. Read How to Treat a Lady Night Right. How to treat a lady night right. What is that? A manga? In terms of abs, can abs even be considered a fetish? We all like abs. Alright, looks like his armor thing on his hand, and not too far up, and it curves in on the inside of the arm. Anything is a fetish, boss man. I truly enjoy that you took my words to heart and you're calling me boss man now. So, for context, Dragon apparently calls me boss, and one of my other members and patrons said, stop calling her boss. And I said, start calling me boss man. And now I have one person that calls me boss man. Do I prefer to draw male or female? I prefer to draw males. I think I'm very picky when it comes to character design for females. So it's a little bit too hard for me to draw a drawing of a female character and be happy with the appearance of it. As in her attractiveness. And I do admit I put a little bit too much focus in trying to draw attractive characters, which is not the most how should I say this? It's not like the thing that a real artist would say that you have to achieve. In fact, I think in art school a common critique is that you draw things just to look pretty, and that's meaningless. Just curious, do I practice, get gesture drawings as practice? So is it, I'm always in between saying gesture and gesture, but I'm guessing it's gesture, that sounds more right. I don't do enough studies for practice. It will benefit you and me if I did do it. So don't be like me. And yes, you should draw gesture drawings for practice. Alright, so this arm, the shoulder is like here. Actually, honestly, the shoulder should be... So here's the chest. If you want to draw a weird angle like this, I have another piece of advice. Try to draw the whole torso. You don't have to stop when the head is covered, okay? You can draw the whole torso, and in fact, you can draw the whole neck too. And then you know where to connect the arm. So, since that's confusing, this part is the neck. Okay. I am almost done with this arm. So this is the arm that has the tattoo on it, which I am kind of glad that I don't have to draw. If you saw my near drawing, that guy has extremely complex pattern. Yellow is hard to see. Okay, hold on. Let me do this demonstration for real. That was a pretty half-assed demonstration. So this is his torso. You don't have to stop from where his head is covering it. And in fact, I'm not gonna draw his arm either, so this is gonna be an armless, headless torso. And here is his waist. So he's kind of bending his waist. If I could see his stomach, there would be wrinkles on the stomach at this area. That circle was a little bit mispositioned. So, if you're able to draw the torso without the head and the arms. You should do this with the legs too, by the way, it's not just the torso. You will have a better ability to place the neck, so this is his head now. And this is his arm without the hand. And this is his other arm, which it connects to on the body in this area. Just kind of like invisible lines because it's on the other side of him. So this is the other arm without the hand. So if you're able to do that, you're gonna have a better grasp of where each limb connects in terms of oozing. Hello Nikto, welcome to the stream. And just so I know, do you care that much that I am calling you Nikto instead of Nikto, which is supposedly the real way to pronounce your name? The chat is blocking it? Is it really? Oh, holy crap, I just realized something. Which was... I zoomed Sai up to be very big for one of my streams. But I don't need to do that anymore. So I can fix it. And I never fixed it. Which is, I hope it wasn't... I hope I wasn't drawing off screen for too much of the stream. Who intonations telling you to pronounce it that way? You're the one who said that. You said that it should be pronounced like Nikto. I remember very clearly. Okay, so luckily I haven't been drawing off screen for too much of the stream. I hope. Although, considering that the guide was off screen, I guess that there's a good chance that some other things were off screen too, because the guide was not too far off to being off screen for me. Is that my voice? Because it sounds so nice. Yes. Yes, this is my voice. I saw someone say earlier, am I using a voice changer? Because I really sound like a robot. I didn't know I sounded that much like a robot. I know that when I'm trying to sound like a robot, as in I'm trying my hardest to talk with the perfect voice, which I don't have, I can kind of pull it off. But when I'm just speaking like this, I didn't know that I would sound like a robot. But hey, good for me I guess, because that matches up with my character. I have 2 voice modes. Actually, I have like 3 voice modes. The one that you guys are not hearing is the one I use with my family, which is the I don't give a shit voice. And I slur everything, and I talk like this half the time. All right, let's see. There's something, Alright, so he has a glove, kind of, that cuts off at the fingers. It's kind of like a gauntlet. I kind of feel drawn to call a very thin armor piece on the hand a gauntlet, because that makes me think of Thanos' gauntlet, which is huge. Okay, I'm gonna try to put a little bit more detail here. So it's pretty much... You want more of that voice? It's pretty much my raven voice. Alright. I'm being quiet so I can concentrate a little bit better. And I'm gonna draw the part where the gauntlet ends as well. It's not the best, but it's good enough for now. Actually, it looks quite off. Is it the angle of his hand? You know what? I'm just gonna stop it here. I think it's the wrist. How do I draw hands that good? You always struggle with them. For me, for hands, it's definitely just experience thing. The more you draw them, the more you realize the thoughts that you keep making, and the better you get. So, for example, if you're gonna draw a fist, and you don't really know how to draw one, you would probably draw one like this, right? All the fingers are the same length and on the same plane. Right. And if you have more experience and you look at more reference pictures and you start remembering better, like those reference pictures, so you don't need to use them as much, you would realize that the first two fingers, if you make your hand into a natural fist, the index finger and the middle finger, they sort of lift up a little bit. Like this. And as for the other two, of course, they sort of, what's the opposite of elevates? Depress a little bit, which makes the pinky harder to see. And there you go, you already have a better fist. That's just something you get from experience. Lower, yeah, I guess, but I was kind of looking for a verb. Have I ever tried using Autodesk or any mobile digital drawing app? Yes, I have. Autodesk, I have not used that mobily. Mobily is that word? But I did use that on the desktop. It was the free one that came with the first tablet I bought. And they also came with Autodesk Sketchbook. So I used that for a while before I got Paint 2 Sai. As for mobile apps, I used this one app called Art Studio. And that was back when I cared enough to draw using my phone. Now I don't use it at all anymore because I don't draw on my phone anymore. It's too much pain. It was not that bad of an app though. I can tell you that if you're looking for recommendations. Can I do a singing stream? I don't sing, and you will certainly not think my voice is pretty anymore if I tried. So I don't think I want to subject myself to that humiliation. I'm kind of surprised. Procreate is not on the phone. It's like only an iPad thing. That is strange to me. Like if you're gonna create a app for drawing that can be downloaded on the iPad, why not just adapt it to also be able to be used on the phone? Sugoi. Thank you, Ivy. Okay, let's see. I actually don't think his gauntlet is distinguishing for each finger. I think it's just wrapping around his hand. Necto says, I'm seeing a distinct lack of donations, lads. We gotta fix that. Necto, aren't you the one who is always calling people out for simping on my server? As if you're not a simp yourself. Cough, cough. The phones have Medibank Paint and It Is Paint, which are really good to draw on. Thank you for donating. Dragon says bet. Thank you for that, Dragon. And thank you, Nikto, for donating. Nikto says it's okay when I do it. Alright, you have different standards for yourself versus the other people. Or maybe you're just jealous. Am I calling you out on that?
Graphics card updated.
Yes. Calling out Nixo. Alright, let's see. So something else I like to draw when it's a glove, to make it distinguishable as a glove, as opposed to being the flesh of the hand, the bare hand. I think the word flesh is sort of uncomfortable. As I just draw these seams. I know that probably not every glove in real life has these seams, and certainly on the character design you probably can see that the seams don't exist. But I like drawing them just because it adds a little bit more detail and translates better that the hand is a glove. Something else I like to do is I like to draw an excessive amount of wrinkles. I like to say wrinkles when I talk about clothing folds, but I believe folds is a better word because wrinkles implies that it hasn't been ironed. So I was trying to keep the stream shorter, since I did say I wanted my streams to not be that long. But how are you guys feeling? I might stay around. Thank you for donating, Marcus. Marcus says, I'm motivated. I am happy you're motivated. Okay, so continuing on with this, I'm going to add a little more detail here to show that this piece of armor has a bit of
Graphics card updated.
weight. 4 hours later. True, I could probably draw this for 4 more hours. I hope not, though. I might leave most of the background elements to my collab partner. Which means I won't have to draw these bondage bondage straps on his arms. Cecile's voice is to be an alarm. Good morning, it is time to get up. Would you wake up to my voice though? Is that a good idea? Imagine you're just sleeping and you hear, good morning, time to wake up. I don't really think that's gonna wake anyone up. Thanks for donating. Dragon says, don't overexert yourself. It's okay. I think I'm feeling alright, otherwise I wouldn't have suggested to stay. Because I don't really have anything to do this weekend. I probably do, I'm just ignoring the fact that I have work. Thank you for donating, Bane Fairy. Bane Fairy says, also covering for Rhino since he is saving for his birthday. Shouldn't you be saving for your birthday too? And thank you, Xenon, for donating. Xenon says, let's go for the 24 hours stream. Wow, if I really went for that, I would certainly lose my voice by the end of that stream. I don't know if you guys could tell, but I almost lost my voice by the end of my debut stream, just because that was the first time I sat there talking to myself for that long. Also, random note, Xenon. Every time I see your name when you donate, it says Xenon and then it says PEN. I keep thinking that it says XP Pen. Like my brain automatically reads it as XP Pen first thing because of those letters. Alright, so I think I'm basically done with that hand. I'm gonna leave the tattoo to my collab partner as well, since that is something that I personally would paint on without line art. And besides, it's not really showing. You know what? Just because I think there's a chance that she's not gonna draw it, let me just include these tattoos. Since this is pretty much the only part that is going to show. And I guess a little bit over here. Nah, getting rid of that part. Cecile as an alarm clock sound. I like that. What do you want me to say though? Am I doing onomatopoeia? Every time there's a word that has multiple similar sounding consonants, I'm gonna struggle with it. Alright, so this hand kind of has the exact same gauntlet going on. Alright. So thanks to the shortening, I don't have to draw that much details for this one. I basically just have to imply that it's there. Oh! Wait. I missed this. Thank you for donating. Haru. Haru says, little simping resource from you. From me. Every time I read the name, I try to say it from first person. I still mess that up quite frequently. Bondage Xiao for the win. Yes, bondage Xiao. How would you rank Xiao's popularity among the Genshin Impact male characters, by the way? 5 AM, you don't know why you're still alive. I don't know how you're still alive either. Just for my stream, I am honored. Alright, so... I think this will do it. And then... what else? So I don't even know if his gloves go onto the underside of his palm. Or the underside of his hand, which is the palm. Well, crap. It doesn't. That means I have some stuff to fix. His popularity as being the most edgy teen in the entire planet that ever existed. Even more edgy than Daddy... Diluc? I've heard this name pronounced before, but I think there's kind of... there's kind of a... conflict. I hear people say different stuff. The Luke. Like, based off of... if it's like... since this is the Asian game, I would guess it's the Luke. I've definitely heard some Let's Players pronounce it like... dialogue? And the reason why I say that is because the Luke is more of a straightforward way to pronounce those letters, those specific letters put together. Alright, so... oh! Luckily for me, I just noticed that he does have seams on his gloves, which means I didn't make it up. I know that Luke is the guy with red hair. I think he is quite a good-looking character if you ask me. Thank you for donating Gin. Necto says, forgot to mention someone in the chat is possessed by an owl. What? What do you mean? How and why? And how did you know? How, why, when, what, where? Alright, so... it was pretty much the same as the previous hand. And... I should go back to fix this hand because I was wrong to assume that the armor went onto his palm. In fact, it only covers the back of the hand, which does make more sense. Because if you're in battle, most likely your palm is grasped shut. Your fist is tightly enclosed around a weapon. Okay. And just to add a little bit more dimension, gonna try to draw a little bit of the top showing. Seems to have an odd shape. As long as it doesn't mess up the appearance of his hand. Can I say who I am collabing with? Also, wow, hi, Laika. I don't know if you did that on purpose. I don't have any planned collabs as of now, so... oh my god, you are talking about this collab. I'm stupid. Yes, I said it earlier this stream. I might as well just pin her to the chat. Give me a second. The person I'm collabing with is Soike on Twitter. I've known her for quite some time, so I know her by a different name, which is why I said I think this is her Twitter. But yes, it is. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. But I just pinned it. She draws quite a lot of Genshin Impact, so for those of you who are watching the stream and are fans of Genshin Impact, I'm sure you are going to enjoy that. Okay. So, something else that I kind of forgot about while I was drawing is that his bead necklace. Okay, well, first of all, I made his bead necklace humongous. I'm seeing right now that it is not this large, but I am not redoing that shit. So yeah, this is the way it's gonna be. And the thing that I kind of excluded was he actually has something stuck in the middle here. He has this weird dagger. Is it attached to his chest, or is it kind of floating? Can one of you guys answer that, who actually is able to see him in motion in the game? Okay, so one of the fan arts I'm looking at, it is floating. Please eat something, a cookie. I don't have any cookies in my house. I rarely ever go grocery shopping. Just because I am a total hermit. But I did try using the delivery service for groceries, and it was very convenient. I was impressed. Time to fix balls. So it's just $10 to deliver it, and they delivered it in less than 1 hour for me. I was using express shipping or express delivery, and yeah, they were able to get everything I needed except for one thing, which is pretty much expected when it comes to delivery services. Every single time I order Uber Eats, they miss one item. Like, seriously. 90% of the time. Alright, so... this is what it looks like. The dagger or ornament that is on his neck. It sort of looks like a dagger to me. It's quite big, so I don't know if I drew it big enough. I'm gonna say I didn't. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. Alright. think that is a reasonable size. As for this part, that's gonna need some fixing. It's a tooth artifact thing. I see. Okay, so... it's sort of jaggedy. At least I think. From looking at this quite pixely reference. And... don't really know how to proceed from this point, but... I'm gonna make it like this and hope it looks alright. The dagger slash ornament is like 3/4 as long as his torso. Yes, yes, I can see. It's almost the entire length of its torso. But that also does include... alright, so I think the dagger part I drew is basically alright, but... top portion needs to be a bit bigger. Does that look alright to you guys? Kunai. Kunai is kind of just like Japanese daggers, isn't it? Alright, so I'm gonna just say that bead is not visible, since I kind of need some room here. And... let's try this again. So the angle is a little bit weird. I can see that now. I think I'm gonna... sadly, I have to erase that part of the arm. I'm gonna move the dagger to be in a different position. Just so, it kind of lines up straighter. Wow, Jesus Christ. I'm in America. Also, are there no, are there no stream mods right now? Because if there isn't, if you would like to be one and you are a YouTube member or a patron, you can say so right now. Okay, let's see. Yes, there are YouTube mods who are different from my Discord mods. I just assigned any patron or member that said they are okay with being one. Because the only thing you have to do is delete spammy messages, or sometimes the YouTube bot like automatically marks a message as possibly spam, and they show it to you, and you have the ability to delete it before it even shows up in the chat. Yo, you don't have to apply, you just have to say so in the chat and I will make you into a mod right now. Okay, so Xenon... and I think Precious Sean, right? I don't know if you're asking, or are you sure? Let's see. QJ volunteers. Give me a second. Bane Fairy. Alright. And Precious Shum. I think that's good enough for now. Thank you guys. Alright, so back to join this dagger. Or kunai. It's funny that everybody wants to be a mod. I think the first time I asked in my Patreon server who wants to be a mod, nobody said anything for a while, and I was like, oh, I guess nobody wants to be a mod. I think there is perhaps the idea that you have responsibility that you have to fulfill. But if I have enough mods, it really doesn't matter. You don't really, as an individual, you're not obligated to do much. All right. Thank you, QJ. All right, so this part is kind of much bigger than I'm enjoying it, but I think I'm alright. I'm not gonna be too picky about this. Do I play any games? Oh, before I answer that, thank you for donating, Dragon. Dragon says, I'm just a humble patron. I am not a mod. Do you want to be a mod though? Not against that. So for games, I don't have that much time to be dedicated to any games at the moment. But I did mention this a little bit earlier in the stream, which was I played Left 4 Dead 2 with my patrons earlier this week. AKA yesterday. Our patrons and members, I should clarify. I wish there was one word that encapsulated both. Alright, let's see. So for Left 4 Dead 2, that has been... I was taking a moment to look at chat. I view Left 4 Dead 2 has been sitting in my game library for a really long time. It's one of those really popular games that everybody always talks about when you ask for game suggestions. Especially multiplayer ones, but I never tried it until yesterday. And for a zombie shooter, it's not bad. I like that there's so many different game modes. So I did play one that allowed me to play with 8 people, which included some of you guys. So if you are a member or a patron, you can look forward to maybe a future stream where I'm doing something like that again. Yes, please try not to spam too much. It could become unpleasant for the other members in the chat. Alright, so... it seems like this area of the dagger kind of goes like this. And like this. Looks alright to me. You guys want Dark Souls? I don't want Dark Souls. I know it's gonna be hard as hell, and I'm not gonna pay that much money to play a game that I'm probably not gonna play again. How much is your pay? New mods. Your pay is that I get to yeah. Quickly moving on. Bloodborne. Minecraft / Don't Starve. Don't Starve is also one of those games that I hear about a lot. Is it a survival game? It's an adventure game. For some reason, I thought that I heard it was one of those games that's it's kind of like basically Minecraft without the building. That's what I imagined. But it's an adventure game. Huh? I don't even know what it could possibly be like, because I don't know what it looks like. What was the game called again? Wait, hold on. Snake Eyes. Sure, I can make you a mod. I added like 4 mods and I thought that was enough. But no harm in one more, right? And I think you are in a very good amount of my streams. But yeah, that should be enough for now. Wait, Daniel. I guess you wanted to be a mod too? I know that you said Russian mods win, but I wasn't sure if you were implying that you wanted to be one. But considering there are a lot of Russians in the chat, so that is fine. And yes, that is enough mods for now. Alright. I'm gonna... finish drawing that. Thank you for donating again, Nikto. Nikto says, I think most of the chats would agree that if you were a vegetable, you would be a cucumber. What do you say, chat? Did you like it? Would you agree? In terms of vegetables, though, I do like cucumbers. I like them raw. Oh, do anybody eat them not raw? Now that I think about it.
OS is maintained.
But I think my favorite vegetable is probably tomatoes. Unless you're gonna bring up the whole debate that tomatoes are not vegetables, they are fruits. Which, yes, technically they are fruits. Based off of the definition of fruit, which is basically just the reproductive parts, the fleshy reproductive parts of the plant. That sounds very strange without the plant context. Cucumbers are always meant to be eaten raw. Yes, I thought about that right after I said it. It's not like tomatoes. But I do like tomatoes raw and cooked. I pretty much snack on tomatoes like a fruit. I just have some hanging out in the fridge and I eat them raw when I feel like I want to. Okay, what is going on with this? I'm apparently struggling on this part of the dagger. So I'm being quiet right now so I can concentrate a little bit better. After I finish this dagger, I think I will end the stream. Did go quite a bit overboard, I believe. Correct me for those of you who know my streams better than me, which is kind of weird to assume that you do. But correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this is my longest stream. You come back at the end. Yes, you did. Alright. New record. Nice. I beat my record of maybe 3 hours and 45 minutes. Huh. So I kind of drew that wrong to begin with. So let me fix that. And... thank you for donating, Dragon. Dragon says, go eat food after you're done, boss man. Yes, it is 10:27. And of course, I have not eaten dinner yet. It's not my style to eat dinner until it's nearly midnight. I'm not saying that it's excusable though. So, please don't take me as a role model. Not gonna be ramen, is it? Can't promise you that.
OS is maintained.
Do you ever get to a point where you haven't eaten dinner for so long that you're just not even hungry anymore? Sissy's stream is way too long. Don't worry, I don't think this is gonna be a regular occurrence. I just really want to make progress on this piece. And I don't think I have that much to do today. So if I weren't drawing this on stream, I would either be drawing it off stream, or I would be watching Netflix. Alright, so... I hope my friend is not gonna be too upset that this dagger is not exactly the exact proportions that it is on his artwork. But with that, we should be done. So that is the progress I made on stream today. As you can see, not very much. Yes, there are a lot of mods right now because I just promoted a bunch of active people in the chat. But I'm assuming they're not gonna make it to all of my future streams, so that is alright. Alright, so let me end my recording and... thank you guys for coming to the stream today. Today's stream ended up being more chatting than drawing. I was drawing the whole time, but very, very slowly. And I think that is alright. I do have some quieter streams in my gallery and some more talkative ones. Apparently I had a lot to say today. It was a really good one. I hope you have a good night. Thank you, Moch Meat. You too. Have a good night. And thank you to everyone who became a member and donated. For all the members, you can join my Patreon, which will allow you guys to be pinged every time I start streaming. Which, by the way, I wanted to ask if you guys think it's a good idea for me to start pinging specifically members in my community tab before I start streaming. According to you guys, only the members get pinged for a member-only community post, but regular community posts do not ping anyone. So I'm thinking I might ping you guys, just so I know that some people they get upset when I miss my streams, but I know that might get a little bit annoying. So what do you guys think? You think that sounds good? Bye, Vampire Kaina. See you next time as well. You do make quite a few of my streams. Bye, Miyako. Sounds nice. Alright, so I'm gonna try to do that. Watch, eventually you guys are gonna be saying that. Stop, Cecile, that is so annoying. I get like 3 notifications when you start streaming. I'm probably gonna do it like twice, and then I'm gonna check in and be like, what do you guys think? But yeah, thank you guys for watching the stream. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. I'm struggling to find my end stream screen. Alright, here it is. Bye.